I say it to you now.
To deliver a message.
Yeah. A message from my wife. She was. Sorry. Feel such a loss, yet I never even knew the lady. Just doesn't. Can't be put into words.
I just put Di, you were simply fair. To me, she was simply fair, and she'd always be fair. I just put sadly missed, but never forgotten. My love and thoughts with your sons, William and Harry.
You can see the Princess and Mr. Doty are surrounded by paparazzi as they try to make their way into the hotel.
At 1:30 this afternoon, events and images begin to collide in a jarring fashion. Harrods department store, owned by the father of Dodi Fayed, releases videotape excerpts taken by security cameras at the Ritz Hotel in Paris last Saturday night. We see Princess Diana and Dodi Fayed leaving the hotel, about to embark on their fateful drive. A spokesman for Harrods says the pictures are being made public to prove that the driver shows no evidence of having been drunk, as French police have alleged. As the video is shown for the first time early this afternoon, a plane carrying Prince Charles and his two sons lands in London. The Queen, her sister, Princess Margaret, their mother, and Prince Philip are just leaving Balmoral Castle in Scotland on their way to London. Members of the royal family, stung by criticism that they have guarded their privacy too zealously for most of this past week, are about to make several public appearances. Two of the American landmine survivors, Jerry White and Ken Rutherford, have just completed their visit to Kensington Palace when Prince Charles and his two sons arrive on the scene.
We had no idea. We were ambling about outside and in an area that had been blocked off, and we just had inside access and started to look at the beautiful notes and the flowers, and very powerful and moving. And
it's quite a scene.
Crowds and crowds of people watching, and then we looked up, and there were Prince Charles, William, and Harry coming in through the gates.
Were you able to make any kind of, I mean, I know you talked, and when I say were you able to make contact, did you feel any kind of personal contact?
I guess the impression that hit me is this Prince William, he has a lot of his mother in him. And I said, Jerry said that we went to Bosnia with your mom, and he said, I know, she told me. I said that she gave hope to a lot of people in Bosnia. He said, I know she liked people. So it was very short, very sweet.
But they, and Harry, who reminds me of my daughter Quinn's with this impish, look, was, we wanted to tell him too that his mother was remarkable, but, and that we had lots of fun with her. She was fun, and you just want those boys to know how amazing she was, and that they inherit that.
You feel it very deeply, don't you?
And that's why you don't quite want to talk about it, but it is our prayer and wish for them and for the whole family.
At 2:40, Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip emerge from Buckingham Palace and begin walking along the rows and piles and garlands of flowers, occasionally bending over to read the messages and then walking over to the police barricade to exchange a few words with members of the crowd.
That's very kind. Thank you very much.
Scenes such as these may yet prove to be the Princess Diana's most enduring legacy. Where once the British public was content to have its royal family aloof and distant, reserved and regally unemotional, Diana touched them emotionally and literally. She moved the British people by moving among them, and there has been deep resentment these past few days at the royal silence emanating from Balmoral. The millions of flowers and at times today it seemed as though no one was moving through the center of London without carrying one or more bouquets, the outpouring of sentiment has seemed at times as much of a reproach to the rest of the royal family as it was an expression of love for Diana and her common touch. This mingling of the Queen and Prince Philip with the people was both uncharacteristic and unplanned. In the end, it was also unavoidable. Indeed, by the end of the afternoon, the Queen was moved to an unprecedented act, a live television speech to the nation. That, when we come back.
If they aren't going to lead, there's no need for them. And for the first time, our press have tasted blood. They've attacked the monarchy in print and got away with it. And once they've scented that blood, I don't think that they're going to stop.
You know that through a 1,000-year-old monarchy, they fought a lot.
All right. Well, we can talk about this all day tomorrow.
When I see you, Ellen Reed.
Thank you both very much. The Revolution of Flowers, you heard it here first. Thanks to Jeffrey Land and Paul.
This was not something totally unfamiliar to Queen Elizabeth, this business of a British sovereign mingling with the people. When she was a girl, herself still a princess, and London was being pounded nightly by German bombers and rockets, Elizabeth's father, King George, used to walk through some of the battered ruins of London, giving comfort and courage to the people. Her own reign as queen, though, has been marked as much as anything by the exploits of her dysfunctional family. Keeping that family somehow together appeared at times to be her greatest challenge, and it was not one that she could meet in public. She never pretended to take the divorce of her son Charles from the Princess Diana lightly or well. And so it may have been the desire to avoid hypocrisy that has kept Queen Elizabeth from making too great a show of public grief over Diana's untimely death. Whatever the reason, the British public did not treat her apparent indifference kindly. And so, this evening at 6, speaking from an open window in Buckingham Palace, with the square in front of the palace visible in the background, the Queen did something she rarely does. She delivered a television speech.
Since last Sunday's dreadful news, we have seen throughout Britain and around the world an overwhelming expression of sadness at Diana's death.
We visited several locations around the city to gauge public reaction to the Queen's speech.
I think it's fitting that she's come around and done it now. And I think she put a lot of thought in what she said. And it was nice to see her pay a tribute to Diana. But I think if she hadn't have done it, there would have been a lot of dissent within the public.
I think she should have been down there beforehand. She's been up at Balmoral all week. She should have been down back in Buckingham Palace beforehand and made herself a speech before today, like a day before the funeral.
The two Americans we met earlier who enlisted Diana's support in their crusade against landmines were clearly drawn to the princess, but divided over the Queen's televised remarks.
I hope that tomorrow we can all, wherever we are, join in expressing our grief at Diana's loss and gratitude for her all too short life. It is a chance to show to the whole world the British nation united in grief and respect. May those who died rest in peace, and may we, each and every one of us, thank God for someone who made many, many people happy.
I didn't really see the emotion that I was looking for. I didn't expect to see the emotion, but I would have liked to have seen it. I think that's what a lot of people were hoping for, to sort of wipe away that stiff upper lip, at least for a day or two, and become more human, like Diana was. Because that's the Diana we knew. I think that would have been appropriate for at least a couple of days.
It's really a time for sympathy. Here's a grandmother who is grieving, whether you see it on the outside or not. I wouldn't doubt for a second that she is extremely pained inside for the children, the family, the whole situation. I have no doubt, and I think it's sort of wrong to have a certain expectation. She's in pain.
It was among the least fortunate Britons that Diana may have made her greatest impact, among AIDS and cancer patients, drug addicts, alcoholics, and the homeless. And so we also visited a shelter for the homeless in one of London's working-class districts to gauge the impact of the Queen's speech and Diana's death.
She come there to meet us all, centre point in Vauxhall. She come in and she shook her hand and she talked to us like we were just normal people and like she was a normal person.
And what of the Queen's speech?
She said everything right. What she said was all right. The fact that we have lessons to learn from her life and the reactions to her death.
As often as I asked about the Queen's remarks, though, reaction always drifted back to Diana.
Everybody's had some sort of trouble, and where there was, and if they joined an organization, she'd be there. Somehow, everybody who had any trouble had heard that she'd been to that place talking to people.
I think we appreciate the difference between the proximity, the closeness of Diana, that she did come and visit the less fortunate, as opposed to the distance of the Queen and the rest of the royal family, who do not do anything of the sort.
And then, shortly after the Queen finished her speech, just when it seemed that this strange day could not hold many further surprises, news of a woman whose entire life was spent among the poor. Around 7 o'clock this evening here in London, word that Mother Teresa had died in Calcutta. Surely no two women could have seemed less alike than the tiny, saint-like, wizened old nun whose very name became a synonym for charity and self-sacrifice, and the tall, glamorous, jet-setting princess. And yet their lives not only touched, but in the manner that each woman was revered by the sick and the poor, there is the suggestion that they must have had something, at least, in common. Something beyond the curious fact that Diana and Mother Teresa died in the same week. And then, just as night fell, about 8:15, the procession carrying Diana's body to her former home began its journey. From St. James Palace, where she had spent the past 5 nights in solitary state, it passed quiet crowds lining the route.
Thank you very much.
First, a lone motorcycle escort, followed by the hearse, carried Diana's coffin draped with the royal standard. Heading down the Mall, past the Victoria Memorial, in front of Buckingham Palace, heralded by a wave of flashbulbs. Then the gradual climb up Constitution Hill. Behind the hearse, a Bentley, carrying Prince Charles and his sons, Princes William and Harry. Trailing, a car carrying 2 clergymen who will hold vigil with the princess through the night. Past the great monuments of London, the Marble Arch, and the Wellington Arch at Hyde Park Corner, into Knightsbridge, along Hyde Park. Tomorrow's funeral cortege will come back on a parallel road in the park. The entire 2.5-mile route packed with quiet emotion and enormous crowds. A harbinger of tomorrow. Past the Royal Albert Hall, whose flag flies at half-mast. As the procession passes, the crowd falls in behind. Turning up Palace Avenue, approaching the princess's home along a narrow path. When we come back, some of the thoughts and sentiments of people here in London late tonight. It is 10 minutes after 5 o'clock in the morning here in London, and you're looking at a live shot of Westminster Abbey, bathed in light this morning. And there, before the gate through which I believe the funeral procession will enter Westminster Abbey tomorrow, yet another bank of flowers. But all around this abbey, people are gathered and have been gathered for many hours now. And it is almost as though London were surrounded, or at least Westminster Abbey were surrounded by tens of thousands of homeless people, because temporarily they have chosen to be homeless. Out here in the cold night air, some of them wearing only the suits that they will have for the funeral tomorrow, a few of them wrapped in blankets, some of them who have wrapped themselves in nothing more than garbage bags. But there they are by the tens of thousands now, waiting for the funeral, which will begin some 5 hours from now. We went out onto the streets of London late this evening to hear some of the voices of the people who have come for this final moment.
I'm sorry. You know, she's gone too quick. She's gone too early. She had a lot to do. I just hope it shakes us up a little bit. I just hope it tells... Well, I think the people were going to say it. They already are. You've seen the flowers. Go and have a look if you haven't. Nah, this is ours. She's ours.
I flew in this morning. It was a last-minute decision to come over here, and the more I thought about it, the more I wanted to come. I admired Diana enormously, and I think that she was a phenomenal human being. And I also think this is a very important moment in our generation and even in history.
This whole week, the whole country, we've heard different bits and pieces about Princess Diana, and we just wanted to come and say our own goodbyes.
I think she just touched so many people, and everybody can relate to her in a different way, and we literally felt, it may sound strange, we literally felt drawn to be here today.
They've been trying to find comparisons for Diana. They've been comparing her to various women, but yet you can't compare Diana to anyone. Diana was Diana.
It's just a woman who touched everybody of all ages. I don't think there'll be anybody ever like her again.
What's going on here really goes beyond sheer mourning and is really approaching worship. I don't know if you've seen all the shrines that are starting up, but there's almost an adoration. A lot of the cards that are written here are written to Saint Diana.
She was such a wonderful woman. She was so loved and just a beautiful woman, and
seems so important.
She'll be missed.
And I'll be back with a closing thought in a moment. Is in the process of obscuring a life and creating a legend. Only a week or so ago, Diana was still a controversial figure in this country, a thorn in the side of the monarchy, criticized in some quarters of the government for venturing into political matters, including, it should be noted, her support for the abolition of landmines. As a divorcee, she was certainly entitled to keep company with whomever she chose, but Dodi Fayed, with his fast-track playboy reputation, was hardly seen in this country as the ideal stepfather of a future king. None of that matters anymore. Diana, as it turns out, struck a more responsive chord in the hearts of the English people than any surviving member of the royal family, with the possible exception of her two sons. It is her kindness to the least fortunate members of society that endeared her to so many. But it is also her stubbornness in not bending to the establishment that made her the perfect object of admiration to anyone frustrated with authority. In a few hours, the sometimes troubled young woman will be laid to rest. But the legend has just been born. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in London. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Nightclub. Plus, more than a baby powder. It's medication.
Okay, guys, going out for lunch. You know the rules. doggy bags for you. Oh, and Scooter, get off the counter.
Ericsson mobile phones. That's the power of voice.
Pets are so much trouble. Huh, not my little angels.
Millions of women can afford to use professional hair care products thanks to Tresemme. Professional products without the salon price.
You're going to love new Tresemme European Natural Shampoo. It's fortified with a blend of 100% natural extracts rich in vitamins A, C, and E. It strengthens and protects hair from everyday damage.
Professional, affordable Tresemme.
Ever notice that a year goes by quicker these days? Which means the weeks go by quicker. And the days. The minutes.
Introducing the all-new supercharged Regal GS. No other sports sedan packs in this much fun, power, and standard safety features into your life so you can get everything done.
Hey, when life is fast.
Life is good!
The all-new Regal GS by Buick. Official car of the supercharged family.
I thought quarterbacks were the smart ones.
That's right.
Ooh, he hasn't shaved.
But it hurts.
Another foam shaver. Hey, he didn't know about Edge Pro Gel.
New Edge, Reg?
This is New Edge Pro Gel, and it's a moisturizing formula, so it protects better than the foam.
It doesn't hurt.
Would I let you get hurt?
New Edge Pro Gel. Save your skin.
All right, and now he is beautiful, just like me.
Sunday, a special this week. Cokie Roberts from London. The day after Princess Diana's funeral, the future of the royal family. Plus, the crash investigation this week, Sunday.
Welcome back, everyone, to a special edition of World News Now from ABC News. We're now just coming up on about 11 minutes before the scheduled start of the procession, the beginning of the funeral for Princess Diana.
So many people lining the streets, so many people, 2.5 billion perhaps, Mark, watching this on television. Two people who definitely are not forgotten. Her sons, Prince William, who is 15 years old, Prince Harry, 13 years old. What's ahead for them? What will their life be like? Let's take a look at some of that right now.
They are two of the most famous siblings in the world. 15-year-old Prince William Arthur Philip Louis, the second in line to the throne of the House of Windsor, and 12-year-old Prince Henry Charles Albert David, better known as Prince Harry. They learned of their mother's death while vacationing with their father at the family retreat in Scotland. Before leaving for London yesterday, they paused with their grandmother, the Queen, and their father to see the flowers left by mourners following Princess Diana's death. Then the boys went to London, where they and Prince Charles joined the public mourners at their mother's Kensington Palace home. They greeted the crowds there and placed well-wishers' flowers at the palace gates. Queen Elizabeth spoke of comforting the boys in her address.
This week at Balmoral, we have all been trying to help William and Harry come to terms with the devastating loss that they and the rest of us have suffered.
They are the future of the royal family at a time when many are questioning just what kind of future the British monarchy may have.
A little look at the boys there. Royal watcher Richard Meinerz joins us right now, as he has been here for the last couple of hours. Let's talk about the boys. You know the boys, and how do you think they're going to be able to cope with all of this today and after, Richard?
Well, I think basically they're going to comfort each other, because obviously this is a terribly traumatic time for them, emotional upheaval. But of course they've dealt with this before. For the last 5 years, their parents' divorce battle was fought in a very worldwide forum. So they're used to this upheaval. I don't think the idea of the death of their mother has actually kicked in. I gather it does about a week after the death or 2 weeks after the death. But I think they are capable of handling it because they're both teenagers. Harry's going to have his birthday within the next few days and become 13. And I think, as I say, the essential thing will be not only their father comforting them as best he can, but of course the traits that Diana has left with them so they can cope with emotion, they can cope with trauma, and they can emote in public. And I think we may well see that this afternoon, which, of course, is very important. And I think it's a great deal of symbolism there, and I think will be appreciated by the British public and do wonders for the royals' image in the public eye.
Would, though, the paparazzi ever back off?
No, I don't think they will. I think the British press, obviously there are certain strict rules there that they normally go by, but I think the foreign press, the stalkerazzi, will not back off because a great deal of money is at stake. And unfortunately, filthy lucre is the worst of all evils. And of course, there's a great deal of money to be made with these pictures.
I remember there were so many not only emotions, but there were different expressions which came out immediately following the death of Diana. And I remember talking with someone, because as you all know and as all of our audience knows, it was sort of the talk everywhere. Someone said, well, at least perhaps the royals will not be hounded as much. But as everyone began to talk about it and think about it, it seems that all of the paparazzi which had glommed on to Princess Diana now is destined, hopefully not, but now seems to be poised to swoop right to Princess William.
Well, those zoom lenses will be directly on Prince William from now until his death, basically. It's unfortunate at the age of 15, when he's still undergoing his schooling, he has some major exams to take later this year, and I think he can cope with it, but the pressure is definitely there. I think after this funeral, he'll probably go to Balmoral again. He's meant to start school next week, but as a friend of mine very succinctly put it, that when they go to the castle of Balmoral, the royal family pulls up the emotional drawbridge. And I think under that guise and within that estate, they can come to terms with it. And I think then they go back to school and have the company of their friends and the sympathy of their friends, I think will make it easier for them. But it's still a great strain for them, enormously.
Let's talk about emotion, continue to talk about emotion right now. Dr. Joyce Brothers is with us. Dr. Brothers, what do you think about this? And what is the best way, perhaps, that these two boys can continue to live their lives, paparazzi or not?
By following in the footsteps of their mothers. I think that for all of us, if we don't pay attention to the scandalous pictures, if we don't focus on what is bad, but what is good in these boys, I think this wonderful, just as a little bit of a video that you showed of William brushing away a tear, I think that that is so human and so important to all of us who have children and know how hard it is to lose a mother, that their lives will never be the same. Here's a birthday coming up. How will they deal with a birthday where a mother would have been so much a part of it? Every part of their lives, it's like throwing up a deck of cards and all 52 will come down differently. Every bit of their life will be changed, but perhaps if they walk in her footsteps, changed in some way for the better.
You know who we really haven't talked about that much is Prince Charles, and how he will manage to cope with these two boys. He has a different style, as we all know, perhaps, of raising children. What do you think about that, Dr. Brothers?
Well, he held the youngest one's hand, and it didn't seem like a stiff gesture or anything. It seemed like a gesture of a father. And I hope he will grow closer to the boys in the future and begin to unbend, because he can make the difference between proper bereavement, where they can get through it in about a year or so, or being stuck in emotion where they cannot deal with it at all. When you try too hard to hold your emotions in, you never finish the bereavement. It never ends. And sometimes, for example, when you have a very Spartan funeral instead of one that is as traditional as this one, you still see ghosts, or you still believe in the occult. You never finish.
Richard Meinhardt, I'm curious about one thing. I wonder if you could speak of the legacy of Diana and how you believe that even past all of this funeral, 1, 5, 10 years from now, whether she will have made a difference on the posture, the public posture of the monarchy and how they do things.
Oh, without doubt, Diana has an enormous impact on the royal family during life. And as her legend grows after this tragedy, she will have a great impact on the royal family after death. And I think there's an irony here, because her death will benefit the royal family, because the focal point, as we discussed, will be on Prince William, the future king. And of course, as the son of Diana, there'll be immense support. He already enjoys young support, which is vital for the future of the monarchy into the next century. And I think because he's also the son of Diana, that strengthens it more and more.
Very well. Thank you very much. We'll ask all of you just to hold your place as we creep up on 4 minutes before the start of the procession. You're welcome.
Great need for ritual, for tradition, particularly when they're emotionally distraught. And every culture at every time have had a traditional funeral a way of prescribing how we behave. And when we first lose someone who is very dear to us, we feel numb. And we feel that our life is over. We don't, life goes on, but we forget just why. But when we are reaching out to others and see that others also share with us of the goodness of the person who has died, how important they were in his or her life, then it gives us a sense that life will go on, that we are more meaningful than we thought, that the person we loved was more meaningful than we thought. It's very reassuring and part of the going through the bereavement process. Bereavement is much like a fire walk. You can't walk across the coals halfway and say, all right, I've had it. You must get to the other side. And this emotional support in communities of your own community, here as a worldwide support, it helps the dealing with the skeins of grief.
Richard Meinard's a day of celebration or just sadness. This woman was well revered. They have many people who are coming who were touched by her in a great deal, and by their mere presence they come there to celebrate her life in many ways.
Yes, it is a celebration of Diana's life, but it is a moment of enormous sadness in Britain. I think all the people were devastated. It devastated a nation. It's devastated a world. And I think this is a uniquely historical event, which you'll never see again. How everyone, these emotions have all come out. This allegedly, we're all so stiff in Britain, but everyone is talking to each other. Everyone is compensating and sympathizing with other people.
And that route, of course, is Buckingham Palace, and our CBS News veteran chief European correspondent Tom Fenton is at the palace. Tom?
Good morning, Dan. Well, just as it is where you are at Westminster Abbey, people are here shoulder to shoulder. Many have spent the entire night. Some spent several nights. As I walked here this morning, as the sun was coming up, people were waking up in sleeping bags, stirring, trying to keep themselves warm. They are now ready to be here to pay their respects. Most of these people have decided it's not enough to watch it on television. They feel they have to be there. I've heard time and time again the comment from people in the crowd, she did so much for other people. We want to do something for her. We want to demonstrate our love and affection. The Queen is here in Buckingham Palace, of course. Her standard is flying over the palace. She and other members of the royal family will leave from here later for the funeral, and when they do, that royal standard will come down, and the Union Jack, the British flag, will be hoisted at half-mast. This was a very sore point with many people here for the entire week. They felt, although it wasn't protocol, that there should have been some sign of mourning over Westminster, over Buckingham Palace. And so there will be a flag at half-mast during the funeral. Dan?
Tom, thanks. Buckingham Palace, where Tom is of course the headquarters for the Queen and for any monarch of the United Kingdom. Following the service at Westminster Abbey, there will be observed 1 minute of silence, and then the next and final leg of Diana's journey from Westminster Abbey. Their funeral cortege from the Abbey will move past Buckingham Palace, through Wellington Arch. That's a place used historically only by the monarch and members of the royal family. The procession will then move past Hyde Park and along Park Lane. That's where Dodi Al-Fayed, among others, kept a London home. The cortege continues through Marble Arch, which commemorates British triumphs in the Napoleonic War. Then it will continue north, eventually heading to the busy motorway that will carry Diana to her family home, Althorp. This then is what we can expect in the hours ahead. This is what we'll be seeing and hearing. In just a few minutes, Diana's coffin leaves her residence, Kensington Palace, headed for Westminster Abbey. The funeral service there at 6 a.m. Eastern Time in the U.S. Following the service at Westminster Abbey at about 7 a.m. Eastern Time in America, there will be 1 minute of silence. Then, leaving London one last time, Diana is taken to her family estate, Althorp, about 50 miles northwest of London. There, the family holds a private burial. Now, the service itself will be taking place in this building, the one that looms so large in British history, legend, and lore, Westminster Abbey. It is the primary cathedral of the Anglican Church. Here, William the Conqueror was crowned in 1066, as well as every British monarch since then. Here, too, is the famous Poets' Corner, a memorial to British writers, as well as the tomb of the unknown soldier from World War I. It is a place cherished by the British people, and it would seem a fitting place to bid farewell to a cherished princess. Joining me now for insight and perspective, noted British historian David Starkey. Thanks for being with us, Professor. Give me some context and perspective on what's different about what we're going to see and hear today.
Well, Dan, we're going to see something that has never happened before. The Dean of Westminster Abbey, who drew up the service and helped with the organisation of the procession, said this was going to be a unique event for a unique woman, and that's exactly what it will be. Many of you will have seen the trooping of the colour. You may even remember films of the coronation. Grand ceremony, mass bands, marching troops, thundering guns. There'll be very, very little of that. The body will simply be on a gun carriage. It will be pulled by a few men on horses, and that will be all. They belong to the Royal Horse Artillery. You'll see them with splendid frogged uniforms, and that will continue from Kensington Palace right through until we come to St. James's Palace, where Diana lay in state. And then the real change will begin, because behind you'll see something that's never been seen before in a great British event. There'll be all the people that Diana helped, representatives of the charities that she worked with, victims that she touched. There will be AIDS victims. There will be sick children. There will be those that remember Diana, that she actually personally met. It will be moving in a way which royal ceremony isn't. It will touch hearts in a way that mass bands and troops couldn't. It will be completely Diana. And then here, when the procession draws up in front of the Abbey, you will see another touch of traditional British ceremony. Her regiment, the Prince of Wales division of the Welsh Guards, will step forward. They began heavy physical training this morning because the coffin weighs nearly 500 pounds. Not her, despite the fact that she weighs so heavily on everybody's heart, but it's lead-lined. And 8 men will pick it up and they will put it on their shoulders. Slowly, they will begin to march. As they enter the Abbey, the great bearskins on their heads will be removed, and bareheaded they will enter the Abbey. Bareheaded the congregation will stand to greet for the last time the woman who might, who just might, whom we all hoped would have been crowned Queen of Great Britain in that self-same place.
Doctor, thanks. We'll be hearing from you again along the way. Now, as the procession proceeds today, millions of mourners who have gathered to honor the woman known now and perhaps forever as the People's Princess. Some in the crowd clustered along the route have been waiting literally for days. Along the route of the procession, CBS's Jane Robelo has had a chance to talk with some of them. Jane?
Dan, it's been quite moving all this week to see how people have lined this procession route, especially beginning Thursday when some people began camping out. I am on Whitehall Road. Right after the procession goes through Horse Guards, it will be here. And this was one area of the route that Scotland Yard had been a bit nervous about, and in fact had warned against bringing small children because they were afraid of the crush of the crowd. But Jean Burgess, who came 70 miles from Southampton, and her son Gordon, his wife Judy, and their 2 daughters, felt that this was a moment in history that their daughters needed to witness. Gordon, were you a bit nervous about bringing your daughters here this morning?
Just a bit. Up the top, we got pushed into a crowd, and obviously our concerns were those 2 walking through, so we just had to pick them up and just go through ourselves.
How did you decide to come here? Do you feel like it's just a moment in history that the girls need to witness?
Basically, Kirsty, she's been watching it on the television all the time, and she insisted she wanted to come with a picture as well.
Kirsty, you're 5 years old. Will you show our cameras the picture that you brought today? What does it say? It's of Dodie and Diana. And you're wearing a black ribbon, I see. What is the ribbon for, Kirsty?
Because Diana died.
For Princess Diana. Dan, people along the route here they're packed, 20 deep, but they're very solemn, and the mood here is one of grace and solemnity this morning.
Thanks, Jane. And as we all can see now, the body of Princess Diana is being moved from what was her home in Kensington Palace, moving now toward St. James Palace. The procession route here, as the bell tolls, keep in mind the bell will toll throughout the procession. Mr. Starkey, tell us a bit about the bell.
The bell is the great tenor bell of Westminster Abbey. It's always been the symbol of mourning, and whenever monarchs have died, this great bell has rung. But normally, of course, guns will be sounding. You will be hearing the slow march with that terrible beating of muffled drums. There's none of that with Diana. But what everybody is doing, they're listening to this bell as it tolls and tolls and tolls. We need to tell them about the gun camp.
So you will not only see what we...
And was enveloped in their warmth, that it may be today he will be in the procession. That's one of the unknowns this morning.
The single bell you hear, which in our ear at least has a very solemnal sound to it, is the bell at Westminster Abbey itself, which rings intermittently. On the quarter hour and the half hour, you may hear the bells from Big Ben at the Houses of Parliament, which are certainly within earshot of here. It is certainly true that when the two young princes, William and Harry, returned to Kensington Palace with their father yesterday to be greeted by an outpouring of profound warmth and affection from the crowd that was there, it was stunning to see with what grace the boys performed under such pressure. And at Buckingham Palace, when the Queen spoke live in an unprecedented address to the nation yesterday, you could feel the mood changing quite dramatically in the country, at least as we heard it through all of the British radio and television and talked to those people on the streets. Because the royal family, it seemed to me, had been rejoined to a much larger, to a greater extent, with its people. You are looking now at the gun carriage, escorted by the 12 members of the mounted King's Troop, which has arrived outside Buckingham Palace to pick up the coffin, which will now be carried at about this pace, we suspect, down through Hyde Park, along Constitution Hill, around Buckingham Palace and Clarence House, from whence Diana set out to her wedding 16 years ago, to Westminster Abbey. This was not in the original plans, but last night her body was moved in the darkness by hearse from St. James's Palace, where she had been lying, to Kensington Palace, primarily to make the funeral route longer, because so many people, it was clear, wanted to participate in this experience. We're not altogether sure what we should call this day. It is certainly a funeral for a unique person, but for millions of other people, it's a unique experience with many elements. They've been sitting out here at Westminster Abbey, some cases 5 deep in their sleeping bags all night, and it's been true all along the route down which this gun carriage begins to proceed. Barbara.
Peter, last night when her coffin was brought to Kensington Palace, it was brought to her apartment, and 2 Anglican priests stayed there and said prayers throughout the night. It's not, as we know, really a palace. It's an apartment. It's a row of houses in a whole area with other royals.
We want to just check around the city now and just introduce you to some other people who are going to help us understand these moments today. Out at Canada Gate, right close by Buckingham Palace, is ABC's Cynthia McFadden. Cynthia, good morning. Cynthia McFadden, I know, has been talking to people who've been there throughout the night and early morning. Cynthia, would you like to give us a first impression?
My way down to the front row, and all of the people who were in the front row lining this route spent the night here. They say mostly they came out of respect for the princess, and also because they said this is a moment in history that they want to be part of. Most of them are British, but some Americans as well. I interviewed a woman this morning who had come all the way from Washington just to attend, just to be here in this front row. It's a very somber mood, Peter, and it was interesting. You know, we've all been in many crowds before. This crowd is very quiet. In fact, when I was talking to the people, it was really in a whisper. No one really wants to raise their voices here. It's a very somber, funereal mood here outside the palace.
Thank you, Cynthia. As this gun carriage now makes its way along the southern side of Hyde Park, away from Kensington Palace, the 18th century royal residence where Princess Diana and Charles had once lived, where Princess Margaret, the Queen's sister, lives, where the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester and Prince Michael of Kent also live. She leaves behind the most enormous bier of flowers and good wishes that have literally pressed against the gates of Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace for almost a week now. The Welsh Guards accompany her. She is, of course, the Princess of Wales. Prince Charles is the Prince of Wales. This is a regiment which was formed at the time of World War II, the early period of World War II, so that Wales might be represented. And so totally appropriate that these bearers, not pallbearers in this case, because the Princess's coffin is covered not in a pall, but in the Queen's standard today. Another very potent indication of how committed to this public ceremony today the royal family has now become. Let me introduce you to a couple of other people along the way. At Hyde Park Corner, on the northwest side of Hyde Park, is ABC's Aaron Brown. As we watch the coffin go by, we can perhaps listen to some of the reactions that Aaron has picked up there this morning.
Peter, good morning. The crowd has built slowly. When we got here a couple of hours ago, it was perhaps 5 deep. It's now perhaps 15 deep. As Cynthia said, we are struck by the silence here. There is very little conversation going on. And we are also struck by the number of children who are here, many much too young to understand today what is going on, but children who will someday tell their children, their grandchildren, that they were there on this bright Saturday morning in London when the nation and the world said farewell to Diana. People here, the British, of course, sometimes laugh at themselves for their inability to show emotion. The stewards who are here, the marshals, are handing out small packages of Kleenex to everyone as they come in. And no doubt that Kleenex will be used as this procession proceeds by us twice, once on its way to the Abbey, and then after the funeral itself, it will come back our way again and make its way up to Diana's final resting place.
Thank you, Aaron. Americans who visited London know the great value that Hyde Park has for this city, sometimes referred to as the lungs of London, reminiscent of Central Park in New York for New Yorkers, and that it provides the oxygen and the sense of country in an otherwise crowded city. Former Deer Park, extensive park in the center of London, at which one gets everything from political speeches to rock concerts to American baseball games to cricket and softball, and of course right in its midst one of the royal residents, the 18th century Kensington Palace. The funeral procession is on the south side of the park, so it's passing to the south of what's called the Serpentine, a small lake in the middle, and it is a park which means so much to Britain as a whole, but certainly means something to the people of London, and so symbolic. Before long it will pass the Albert Memorial, for example, a tribute to Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. This city, this route, absolutely, totally replete with the images of empire and the vestiges, I mean that in the most positive sense, of royalty. One of the other people we're calling upon today to help us understand the meaning of all this is Sarah Bradford, one of the royal biographers who's agreed to perform today as an ABC News consultant. She's often known here as Viscountess Bangor, married to Count Bangor, her husband, but among other things, she wrote a biography of the Queen, and previously had written a book on the Queen's father, King George VI. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Peter.
As you watch this procession this morning, and as you try to gather your thoughts of the last week, we'll watch the procession and listen to you. Just tell us what you're thinking.
Well, just at the moment, I'm struck like everybody else, the silent crowds lining the route. And I suppose in British experience, the last occasion like this was the burial of that great hero, Winston Churchill, when the same silent crowds watched the body go past. But of course, there's more emotion now because we're talking about a young woman of 36 with all her life left in front of her.
How historic do you think this is in the history of the royal family?
Well, I think the whole Diana episode is absolutely historic. I think that the impact that she has had on the royal family and the impact she will have on the future development of the royal family has been enormous and should not be underestimated.
Sarah Bradford talks about the silence along the route. Just listen for a second. Sarah Bradford, how significant do you think it is that the Queen's standard is covering her coffin as it covered her coffin when it was brought back from Paris?
Well, I personally was very glad to see this because I think it symbolized the taking back of Diana into the royal family. And that was the beginning of what seems to be an emotional reconciliation in death.
So this you take as a unique gesture.
I think so. I think it was a very important gesture. After all, for most of the people here and around the world, this was the first time we saw Diana, or the vestiges of Diana, after her death. And the first thing that everybody saw was this amazing royal standard draping her coffin. And I think that had a great deal of impact.
Barbara?
It was Prince Charles's request that her coffin be covered with the royal standard. When he entered the plane bringing her body back from Paris, he called from the cockpit to make sure that there were flowers at that point covering her coffin. There were not, and he specifically ordered them. He has been involved, as I think you know, Peter, from the very beginning in the most intimate details for this funeral. And it is said and believed that it is Charles who convinced his mother, the Queen, to make the speech yesterday. It was Charles who decided that he and the boys should come here. It was Charles who asked his mother and father not to arrive by train, but to come by plane yesterday. And his relationship with Princess Diana at these last, since the divorce, which has only now been 1 year, his relationship is described as more than amiable as they tried to plan the future of their 2 sons. So if we can really say that he has been grief-stricken and has tried as much as possible to make this a ceremony that befits her.
We'll have a lot of opportunity today to talk about Prince Charles and his relationship with his son and his relationship to the crown. But when he and the 2 boys did come back to Kensington Palace yesterday and then went by themselves to St. James's Palace, it clearly had a very strong effect on this city. Someone else here to help us today helped us in the past on ABC News, another royal biographer. In fact, at one point, biographer of Prince Charles, a biography written of him in 1979, and a recent author of a book called The Tarnished Crown, is Anthony, or as we know him, Tony Holden. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Peter. It's only 16 years since you and I and Barbara covered the wedding of Charles and Diana, so some terrible wheel has turned full circle, sadly premature.
And it's inevitable, Tony, that we've all been thinking about the 16 years which have passed since then. I've listened to you off and on during the week, and you've had an enormous amount to say, as everybody has in these islands. Can you tell our audience at home first what you think is the meaning of this particular day?
I think Diana, it's no exaggeration to say, has changed the nation a bit this week. As the week's unfolded, viewers of Good Morning America will have seen me and the crowd around me getting angry at the lack of royal response. Then, on Thursday night and yesterday, we had the royal response. We called it people power versus palace power, and we saw the monarchy responding to the wishes and the needs of the people in a way that Diana was so good at, and the rest of the royal family haven't always been so good at. So, number one, she may have changed the way the royal family go about their duties, which to me personally is the only way they can hope to survive without her. Number two, she's changed the nation. She and Mr. Blair's shown since May that it's possible to be informal, but at the same time to be dignified, figure of status. Britain's shown its emotions this week. Britain's not famous for showing its emotions. We're supposed to be these stiff upper lip reserved people. But those millions who are out on the street all week and are today are following Diana's lead, and it's a warmer human country.
Tony, just at Westminster Abbey here this morning, we're opposite the west door, the main door of Westminster Abbey today, and if we look down there at that front door, we'll be able to see the young boys from Eton, which is William's school. Undoubtedly, Edward will, or Harry rather, will go there at some point too. Long thought to be the most exclusive school in Britain, where Prince William, who becomes heir to the throne when his father takes the throne, taken into the bosom of this very special school in that it has produced for many years the members of the British establishment. That was Tony Holden is pointing out that Britain in recent years has become a good deal more egalitarian perhaps than it has in the past. And finally, in terms of permanent and resident characters with us this morning, I'm very lucky to be sitting beside a man who certainly in this company knows more about Diana than any of us, and arguably knows more about Diana than most people in the country. This is Andrew Morton. It was Andrew's book about Diana, her true story in 1992, and her 1994 book, Diana, Her New Life, which really changed, Andrew, the way the world thought of Diana and gave her the first opportunity to be heard on her own terms. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, good morning, Peter, on this very somber day. Yes, I think that the publication of Diana, Her True Story in 1992 in a way marked a sea change, not just for Diana but for the rest of the nation. Diana in the 1980s had been seen very much as a fashion play, as a clothes horse. From 1992 onwards, once her story had been told, this anguish story of loneliness, sorrow and vulnerability inside the royal family, people saw a human being behind the icon. They saw not this distant, shimmering figure, but a very warm and a very caring individual. And they warmed to her, especially women, especially American women. I had sackfuls of letters to me saying, please pass this letter on to Diana. She struck a chord. She, to use the phrase, she struck the zeitgeist. She was in the spirit of the age. She had a far more emotional response to problems than other people, than politicians. She talked of herself as a humanitarian. And I think that this is one of the reasons why her death has struck a chord, not just in Britain, but around the world.
especially with young women who seemed to identify with her, who knew her almost all of their lives, and who felt that her frailties and her ups and downs were the kinds of things that they were going through. It's almost as if they could live their adolescence through her.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right, Barbara. In her death, something inside us has died. And many people are grieving not just for Diana, they're grieving for themselves. They're grieving for, it may be, I may be being too spiritual about this, but I believe it's true, for lost hopes, for lost dreams, for lost ambitions. They cherished Diana in a way that they cherished a member of their own family. And they came to resolve many of the issues in their own lives in the way that Diana had tried to do. And they gained courage, they gained real hope from that. And I think this is her legacy, not just to the royal family, but to the world. She has shown that there is more to the world than just images and simple talk. She's a woman who lived by gesture, by inflection, by the caress.
I know that you have been asked endless questions about her, and today we'll do a pretty good job of asking you even more, as we'll ask our other guests as well. Did she ever talk about death, and did she ever imagine this kind of grandeur for herself?
It is of some consolation. She said, death doesn't worry me. I have no fear of death. In her last years, she spent a lot of time with people who were dying. And as anybody watching this program today will know, it's a very difficult and arduous job to sit with somebody who's on that last journey. And she did it constantly. She saw people all the time who were in hospices, friends of friends. She was there to nurture, to help, to guide. And I think that in her life, people were aware of that. She had a great awareness of what death meant. And this is, for me, the awful tragedy of it, the waste of this life on the brink of so much opportunity. That last week, she was with her boyfriend, Dodi Fayed. She was making some sense of a life that had been drifting for some time. And she was really on the zenith of her achievements. She was being praised around the world for her landmines campaign. People were seeing that she was actually making a difference. And I find it just one of the most awful tragedies of the late 20th century, if not the greatest.
One of the people, of course, from whom Diane drew inspiration was Mother Teresa, and as you talk, I think today of the fact that, to enormous surprise, she died in Calcutta yesterday, 87 years old. And looking back at the files on the two of them, picture of them, 1997, I think taken in the Bronx in New York City, when Mother Teresa down there in the left of the corner, so less glamorous in every sense, said that in death we are all the same. The Welsh Guards, Her Majesty's Welsh Regiment of Foot Guards, raised in 1915 by order of her grandfather, King George V, so that Wales could be included in the national complement of the Regiment of Foot Guards identified with the United Kingdom, now accompany or bear Princess Diana's body through the streets of London. Cannot tell you exactly where they are at this moment, but Aaron Brown is in Hyde Park, and Aaron, the reaction as it either approaches you or go by.
Peter, as the procession gets closer here, many of the people, the crowd has grown quite considerably since we talked to you a few moments ago. And people are coming from the giant TV screens that have been set up in the park as they realize the procession is coming here. Very few of these people, because the crowd now is perhaps 20 deep, in many places perhaps even larger than that, very few of them will actually see the procession as it goes by. But we talked earlier to a family who had come down from Wales and said, it'll be so hard for you to see anything, won't it? And the man just sort of shrugged his shoulders with his two young children and said, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we are here for it. It doesn't matter as we see it. But there is a sort of rushing, a rather dignified rushing, if that's not an oxymoron, to get to a point as the procession gets close to us here at Hyde Park.
Welsh Guards to the rear in their scarlet tunics, and the King's Troop in their very distinctive uniforms with their small plumes on their caps. The Welsh Guards wearing their famous bear skins. There's been some controversy, ironically, there's been some controversy about everything that's going on this week, in part because for so many people here and around the world, the magnitude of all this has been somewhat difficult to digest and understand. There has been, in the final analysis, no controversy at all about the way this has drawn or seemed to draw Britain together, but I note in one of the newspapers this morning that there were complaints that a gun carriage was being used in light of Diana's campaign against landmines around the country, and that a gun carriage, which of course hasn't been used in any operational way since before the beginning of World War II, but it is the traditional way on which kings and queens and statesmen are borne to their funerals here, and as we remember John F. Kennedy's funeral in the United States as well. And Barbara, on the coffin itself, some very beautiful flowers.
Yes, there are 3 wreaths. One is from her brother, Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, and 2 are from her sons, Prince William and Prince Harry. And the muffled tenor, the bell that you keep hearing, is from Westminster Abbey, and it will ring every minute of the procession as a sign of respect. The flowers are lilies, Peter.
There was some discussion this week as to what kind of a funeral this would be. This is not a full state funeral. That is, of course, reserved for kings and queens.
It is interesting who is invited and who is not invited to this. The entire royal family will be here, all of the sisters and the brothers and the grandchildren. The Spencer family, Princess Diana's mother, who divorced her father when the princess was just 7 years old. Originally written in memory of Marilyn Monroe, and now the lyrics have been changed to her 2 sisters reading poems, to her brother speaking. There is that Westminster Abbey bell. It is a ceremony unlike anything that's been seen here in this country, or indeed anywhere, unique, unprecedented.
I'd like to ask Sarah Bradford and then Andrew Morton about your reaction. You first, perhaps, Sarah Bradford. Your reaction to Her Majesty's live address to the nation last week. The day before, we were reading all the British papers and hearing people on the streets and hearing it on radio and television. A real anger that the royal family seemed to be immune to the grief that other people felt. But Her Majesty seems to have turned it around a bit. Is that fair to say? Andrew?
Yes, I think that when you look back, we had a series of disasters in the 1980s. We had the M1 disaster in Kegworth. We had the Marchioness disaster where a ferry was hit on the Thames just behind us. And there was, of course, the Pan Am crash in Lockerbie. All these happened in a very short space of time. And there was great public anger then because the royal family remained at Sandringham, their winter home. Now this time the Queen has bowed to pressure. She's come back. And I think that, in a way, when you're away from the centre of these things, you tend to not really appreciate the depth of public feeling. And I think that, to some extent, the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has actually been quite good in guiding them back into public esteem. And at the same time, when she did make her speech, everybody was very touched by it, very moved by it, all the more so because they wanted to be given a lead. And this was the problem in the 80s. They didn't get a lead. Diana used to reach out to people. The royal family retreat from people. They retreat to Balmoral. They retreat to Sandringham. For the first time, I think we see the royal family actually giving a lead as a very poignant and special national occasion. And we live in a chaotic universe. We want the royal family to give us some kind of semblance and understanding of stability, some permanence. And the Queen coming back yesterday, it was like a mother returning home.
Sarah Bradford, let me put the same thing to you. Our impression in the United States, and those of us who were here, has been that the royal family was in terrible disfavor. The recent poll showed that for the first time, less than 50% of the country were totally supportive of it. And then the Queen returns yesterday and does a walkabout with the Duke of Edinburgh and appears to reach out to the country. What long-term effect do you think it has?
Well, I think it's brought the monarchy and the people back together, and I think that is very, very important. I think I heard Andrew Morton saying much the same thing. The people need somebody there to unite them, some figurehead, but they don't want a very distant figurehead, as the Queen over recent days has seemed to be. They want Diana, who is a yardstick for royalty. They want glamour, they want human warmth. They want a feeling that the monarchy can reach out over the heads of the politicians, I might say, to the people. And I think that that's what the Queen did yesterday. She appeared on television looking really like anybody's grandmother, looking sad, speaking in a natural voice. It's very unusual for her. In fact, I think it's unprecedented to make a live broadcast. And therefore she came across in a very human way. And I think that everybody felt that she'd united the nation after all the criticism that there had been, and the sadness and the shock and the anger.
Tony Holden, as we see so much sobriety, as we see so much sadness, and we on occasion see outrage, untrammeled grief, who is the heir, if anyone, to Diana's popularity in the royal family?
Well, quite clearly, Peter, it's Prince William and, of course, Harry as well. But in terms of the future of the monarchy, it's William, who will be very much the centerpiece, and a very poignant centerpiece, of the pictures we're going to see today. I agree with Sarah and Andrew that yesterday, the Queen's return, her speech was some kind of healing process for the events of this week. Whether it will go far enough beyond that, I beg leave to doubt.
Barbara, Tony, let me just interrupt you for 1 second, because we're seeing many of the personalities now coming to the church, and Diana, Barbara, you can help us.
The woman that you were looking at is Princess Diana's stepmother. Her name is Rain. She was married to Princess Diana's father, who died 5 years ago. She works for Harrods, as a matter of fact, and is very close to Mohammed Al Fayed,
ex-prime ministers,
the father of Dodi. Diana has become closer to her in recent years. For a long while, they were not friendly at all. It's said that Diana's brother still has antipathy towards her, but Diana and she became close in the last years or so.
I can warn you in advance that with all of our best intentions, we're not going to recognize everybody who is here today.
This is, Peter, I believe that this is her sister, one of her sisters. She has two sisters, Lady Sarah McCorkindale, whom she was closest to.
Well, whomever we have coming at the moment, you are looking at the great abbey, the great nation church of Great Britain, and once upon a time British Empire. It has stood in one form or another for more than 1,000 years. It is here where kings and queens have been crowned. It is from here that kings and queens have been sent off. But it is also here where the great and the near great are also buried. This is not the most overwhelming church by totally itself in London. So this is the home of St. Paul's Cathedral as well, where Princess Charles and Diana were married. But this is the national church, Westminster Abbey.
This is where the Queen was crowned. Two of her children were married here.
I can give you just a little bit of history now about the church, as people come from all corners of the country to try to at least be close to it. This scene of 38 coronations.
On these islands for more than 1,000 years, in times of joy and celebration, in times of crisis and sorrow, they have turned to the banks of the River Thames and the towering spires of Westminster Abbey. The great and tragic moments of British history have been marked here, the deaths of kings and queens. Queen Victoria, who gave her name to an era.
By the right! Low!
Westminster is not for royalty alone. The great clergymen and statesmen have been mourned here. Most recently, Lord Louis Mountbatten, the last British ruler of India, brought to the Abbey after he was murdered by Irish terrorists. This is the church where the British acknowledge their best. Inside the great halls of the Abbey, the tombs for hundreds of years of royalty. Edward the Confessor, the last Saxon king. Elizabeth I, who cast the Roman Catholic monks from this abbey, emphasizing its role as the English church. When Queen Elizabeth assumed the throne in 1953, it was the first and so far only televised coronation here. But every other monarch, save two, for the last 1,000 years was crowned here. Elizabeth married Prince Philip here. Princess Diana's parents, the Spencers, married here. The chapels of Westminster have seen a millennium of history. The British Empire, when it was so vast, the sun never set on it somewhere. The empire is all but gone, but Westminster stands. And today, this is where the world has turned to say goodbye to the Princess of Wales.
And a very fitting and moving blend.
A little bit of history of Westminster Abbey as the great and the near great and the familiar go in. As I said, it'll be sometimes difficult for us to identify them as quickly as we might like. The British Broadcasting Corporation is providing the pictures here. But the congregation, some 2,000 people, who will be in attendance here today, break down into various groups. The members of the royal family, of course, as Barbara has already said, the Spencer family, friends of Diana, a great many young women with whom she has lived her life, both before and after her marriage to Prince Charles, and of course the celebrity friends of Princess Diana, listed in a separate category. And then there are, of course, great delegations from around the world. Not all countries are represented by any means, but Mrs. Clinton is here, had left Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard to come here and represent the United States, and come, as she was, Barbara, a friend of Diana's.
Was they? I don't think they were close friends, Peter, but they did know each other. It is interesting, the heads of state, most of the heads of state are not here because this is not a state funeral, but they sent wives, for example, the wife of the President of France, Mrs. Chirac. And in terms of royalty, Queen Noor and her son are here representing Jordan. And I understand that in order to come, that royalty had to request being invited, that they were not automatically invited yet. I don't think you're going to see anyone here from Monaco. So if one felt close to the princess, one could request. The invitations were first delivered to friends and other people by telephone, and then just yesterday by a little green card that gave them admittance. So you're not going to see lots of ambassadors. You will see 4 of Britain's former prime ministers, including, of course, Dame Margaret Thatcher. It is an interesting selection of people, a very eclectic selection of people, Peter.
Now I'm going to just look over the balcony here to try to anticipate applause. There's no question this is a solemn occasion, but it's an occasion. It's important to remember, as the coffin has been borne through the streets of London. Many people have shouted, "We love you, Diana." Down here at Westminster Abbey, people have been camped out in their sleeping bags overnight. And this morning there were the requisite beer bottles and beer cans around, as if to suggest that people had been at least social throughout the night. Many, many young people here, because Diana was seen as the quintessential representative of her generation. And I think that applause down below may be for Richard Branson, the owner of Virgin Airways, Virgin Records, a close friend of Princess Diana's, and the man here who, as much as anybody, took the initiative to say that this should be a very big day, Andrew Morton. He was the one who wrote openly to the government and said we must have a national moment of silence.
Yes, indeed. In fact, I was talking to him just the other night. He'd just flown in from Las Vegas, and he was stunned by the fact that there were only 5 books of remembrance at St. James's Palace.
By the way,
and they were increased to 43. I'm sorry, Barbara.
I'm sorry. It was Mr. Branson who got in touch with Elton John and asked him at the request of Princess Diana's sister to sing. So he is very close to the family and has been speaking with them throughout this week.
And of course he provided his holiday home in Necker in the Caribbean as a retreat for Diana and the children.
All of the members of the British government will be represented. Britain has a new government. In case you're don't watch affairs here terribly closely, a new Labour government. We make reference to Tony Blair, the new Labour Prime Minister. It is very much called New Labour, sometimes seen, at least in its public demeanor, as imitative of the Clinton campaign at home. But certainly the traditional political center has moved dramatically in this country in the last little while, and it was Tony Blair, who's quite familiar in the United States now, who was very much out front when Diana was killed, saying, "We have lost the princess of the people," and who, a skeptic would argue, Mr. Morton, has perhaps used Diana just a little bit in political terms. I'm sure you're going to disagree with me on such a day as this.
I think, Peter, you'd have to be very cynical to believe that. I think that it was a mutual thing. Diana was very much looking forward to working with Tony Blair, and she was a great friend of Peter Mandelson, who is one of his advisors. And she was talking about Tony Blair using her more as an ambassador for Britain to go to China, to other places. Something which John Major, the former Prime Minister, had blocked because of opposition from the palace.
But I understand that she does not need permission now to make these different trips, and that she had planned a year ahead the different places that she was going to go to. She was going to Thailand in November. And so she had planned all of these trips. It doesn't seem as if she was going to retire from public life, as we had heard, Andrew. She had a great many things planned, didn't she?
I was talking to a member of her staff just the other day who said that she was filled with enthusiasm, hope, and really looking forward to doing a lot more work.
Now, the Queen is preparing to leave Buckingham Palace, and so we want to check back in briefly with Cynthia McFadden, who is up there at Canada Gate. Cynthia?
I just lost the IFE.
Cynthia McFadden is unable to hear me for a second, though we're able to hear her, and as soon as she gets the earpiece in again. But there is the north gate of Buckingham Palace, and it's just to the left of there where this gigantic collection of flowers has been gathering. And it is in that very gate where yesterday the Queen, returning home from Scotland to her London residence, stopped and got out. Cynthia, the mood there this morning?
Peter, the Queen's car is about to leave. There's been a lot of activity just behind the gate. You can see the Rolls Royces lining up inside the gate. The mood this morning, I've been interested to listen to our experts on the monarchy, because the mood this morning here with the crowd is not unified in saying that they have forgiven the Queen. Many of those in the front rows angry still that the standard is still flying at full mast over the palace, angry that she waited until yesterday to speak, and disappointed, really. They said that they had each other and that they'd come here today to be with each other because they really felt that in some ways the Queen and the royal family had let them down, and that what they had was one another, and that they wanted to be with one another. Most of them, certainly the first row or two here, and there were thousands sleeping here last night, said that they wanted to be up all night talking to one another because they felt that that was the only place they could get comfort.
I would also note that, of course, having heard what you say and not doubting it for one second, they did show up at Buckingham Palace in order to be together, the same place we saw enormous crowds, Barbara, 16 years ago when they were married.
That's right, and you know, this is somewhat generational, because the Queen was torn between what one always does and what seems to be protocol, and the suggestions of her son and others that she do open up. But, you know, that there is that conflict. She is, after all, the Queen. There is also, I think, a misconception that the Queen didn't like Diana. As a matter of fact, I understand from people very close to Diana that she did like her, that she tried to prevent the divorce, that she did talk to Prince Charles and Princess Diana, maybe too late or too little, but she did indeed like her.
The royal standard to which Cynthia refers is right there on the top of the Buckingham Palace, and it's also today on the coffin. And it flies over Buckingham Palace when the Queen is in residence. And therefore, this week, that flagpole has stood empty for a long period of time. And that is what engendered some of the anger, even disgust among the British people. The Queen has now made a decision that when she leaves the palace today to go to Westminster Abbey, where the standard usually flies, the Union Jack, the national flag, will fly over Buckingham Palace for the first time at half-mast.
Traditionally, the flag is never at half-mast because when a sovereign dies, immediately there is a new sovereign. So to have it at half-mast would be improper. You know, the queen is dead or the king is dead, long live the king, long live the queen. So this is also something that's unprecedented, isn't it, Andrew?
Not really. The Union Jack flies at half-mast very often. The Queen's Standard doesn't fly at half-mast, and yesterday when it did slip down the pole, everybody thought, my goodness, and then it turned out it had been purely an accident.
Barbara's making a very good point that we are seeing the clash, really, quite a profound clash of two value systems. The value system
Excuse
of the
me for interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Dodi Fayed.
That is not Dodi's mother, that is the...
Muhammad Fayed, I should say, his father. We're so used to saying Dodi.
His second wife, and by the way, he has 4 children by this wife, and these were the children who became close to Prince William and Prince Harry on the yacht where Diana went this summer and supposedly had such a wonderful time, and that's when she first met Dodi. There is a big question. Muhammad Fayed has said that Princess Diana had some last words and instructions before she died. He hasn't revealed them, but he did have this discussion the day before yesterday with Lady Sarah McCorquodale, the sister of Princess Diana. We don't know what those words may have been or even if they existed.
I cannot help you here. Can you, Andrew Morton? Well, we said it wouldn't be. I think it may have been the Speaker of the House of Commons. Ms. Booth.
That was Betty
Boothroyd.
Yes.
Betty Boothroyd.
It's rather difficult on this monitor.
Yes. Well, also we're not accustomed to seeing her
she was actually in the same class at school as my father.
Pavarotti, who was invited to come and sing and said he was too bereft to come and sing and then said he would come anyway. Another of those people in the show business world with whom Diana had become familiar and friendly.
Parliament is not in session, but in our country, the Senate and House passed a resolution of condolences for Princess Diana.
In the case of Pavarotti, here is a relationship that began when he performed at a charity concert in Cardiff, in Wales, for her, at her request. And then she supported his charity to build a music center for children in Bosnia. We all know in the United States, because of the argument about the U.S. position on landmines, that this young, dynamic princess had an enormous effect on government policies in terms of getting them to try to sign the Universal Declaration against landmines. That's Patty Ashdown, who's the Liberal Democratic Party leader. All of the political parties here will be represented today. We expect that Baroness Thatcher will be here and former Prime Minister Edward Heath.
Peter, when you talk about landmines, in the procession of people representing Princess Diana's charities, especially the 6 major charities in which she was involved, children's charities and AIDS trusts and leprosy missions and the English ballet and so forth, and there are, I understand, 2 victims of landmines who are also part of that procession.
I rather wish we knew precisely where this gun carriage was at the moment, because
we're right in front of Hyde Park at Marble Gate. It's right in front of me now, New York.
Thank you, Aaron Brown, very much. I can hear him in my corner. So we're leaving Hyde Park now, or on the verge of leaving Hyde Park, through a set of quite beautiful gates, the most modern gates in Hyde Park, called Queen's Gate, designed in the 90s in honor of Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who is the oldest living member of the royal family, and for many years, certainly with the older generation, has been an immensely popular figure. And it will then go south for just a minute or two under what is called Constitution Arch, and the Queen leaves the north gate of Buckingham Palace to drive down the Mall, or perhaps up Constitution Hill. Not exactly certain. I'll tell you in a second which route she's going to take with the Duke of Edinburgh to reach Westminster Abbey. Nothing is very far apart here. but we're looking at a procession where a horse carriage being drawn has already taken about an hour and 47 minutes and is just getting out of Hyde Park and towards Constitution Arch.
There is Elton John on the camera with his partner, David Furnish. The last time he saw Princess Diana was at the funeral service of Gianni Versace, his very close friend. And you can see he told us in an interview the other day, Peter, that she comforted him, that they had had a tiff. They'd had a silly tiff over Gianni Versace for a particular reason I won't go into right now, but they made up there. She comforted him. He said that this is going to be one of the most, probably the most daunting experience of his life, to sing today and play the piano in Westminster Abbey. But she kept her control with him, and he said he will do it for her. He has rewritten the lyrics of Candle in the Wind, which was originally written by Bernie Taupin and Elton John in memory of Marilyn Monroe. Now it's going to begin Goodbye English Rose, although, Peter, there was even some controversy over that it may be Goodbye British Rose, because it's more than just England, Scotland, Wales.
Now, I'm going to speculate here a little bit because we're watching the British Broadcasting Corporation's pool pictures. But what you saw leaving Buckingham Palace was not, I think, the Queen, but in fact was Prince Philip, and that the Queen and Prince Philip may be going separately to Westminster Abbey, and that small group of people there arriving on the Mall, I think, Andrew Morton, in the neighborhood of Clarence House and St. James's Palace, is a representative group of people who will join the procession and be able to signify to the world all of the various constituencies which felt they got so much hope from Diana: the AIDS community, the crippled community, the landmine community, a homeless community.
Absolutely, and in fact, there was one charity, Aspire, which is for people with artificial limbs. They were going to send their officials, but there was a protest from within, and it's all people in wheelchairs now who are going along. And this, again, takes away from any kind of semblance of military ceremonial with the gun carriage. This is really back to what Diana would have wanted, the people that she cared for, that she wanted. People who are, in a way, disenfranchised from mainstream life.
Andrew, she even went to places that no one would think of going. She went to every hospital for the criminally insane, didn't she, I understand? And she watched operations. She watched open heart surgery. She went to places that were, you know, not the common places that one would go in order to do good works.
She went, for example, you're quite right, Barbara, she went to the Bullring, which is a place quite near here where all the homeless doss out. And there was a potential security risk, but she was prepared to do that. And it's because it comes from the heart. She saw herself as an outsider inside the royal family, and she naturally gravitates to the outsiders in our own community. And I think this is one of the most significant aspects of her life, and one of the most significant aspects of those people who came to pay homage to her at Kensington Palace. It wasn't the great and the good, it was ordinary people who don't necessarily have a voice either in the mass media or in normal institutions.
Of all the people we've spoken to and we've spoken to so many people since she was killed, one who impressed me above others was Baroness Margaret Jay, who we knew in the United States when she was at one point the wife of the British ambassador, but she became the first chairman of the AIDS Trust in Britain at a time when so many people in the world were terrified of AIDS. And she was telling us on the air the other night that we have to think back to how frightened we were that AIDS was communicable in a variety of ways which we've subsequently learned to be nonsensical. But that when Diana reached out to touch an AIDS patient here in Britain for the first time, it was practically revolutionary.
It was a baby. Didn't she reach out for a baby?
I was there. It was at Middlesex Hospital in 1987. It was a very moving moment. She just simply shook somebody's hands who had AIDS. It was something that the palace themselves were very nervous about her doing. They didn't want her to get into something which was then totally associated with the homosexual community, and they felt that it was inappropriate for her. She defied them, and it was one of the events in her life which set her in motion towards actually finding herself as an individual. It's an interesting psychological point as well.
Is it true, Andrew, as I've heard, that there was a serious debate in the palace establishment as to whether she would touch somebody on that occasion?
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, they were talking about whether she should wear gloves or whether she shouldn't wear gloves. The whole atmosphere at that time was very hostile to Diana doing it, and she was very courageous to do that.
When you go to Kensington Palace and you see flowers, many of them have letters and signs saying this is from gay people. Thank you, Princess Diana. I mean, they felt very close to her. She also touched people who were victims of leprosy, and that's also.
Constitution Arch, under which they have just come, another unique moment for people in these islands who watch such things carefully. It is normally only the monarch that passes under Constitution Arch. And they are now on the very edges now of Buckingham Palace, and we'll turn now southeast, if geography serves me correctly, and go down Constitution Hill. Here is Tony Blair and Mrs. Blair. He has played a very significant role in the country this week in a variety of ways. He was first the one who went out and referred to Diana at the beginning of the week as the people's princess, making it clear in a great many minds here that the people could rally around her and should rally around her. In some respects, it could be argued he contributed to the division that was so clear this week between the people and the royal family. But on a couple of occasions, subsequently, he has been the first person to get out and defend the royal family for staying in seclusion at Balmoral Castle in Scotland, keeping the boys in seclusion, supporting the notion of the Queen speaking to the people. Perhaps, this is speculation, informed speculation perhaps, having something to say about what the Queen said to the nation yesterday. But he is certainly the face of what is called New Labour in this country, very often compared to President Clinton. Been to Washington several times now to talk to the president and political campaigns in Britain, now very much more American than they have been in the past.
The Queen discussed her speech, actually, with the Prime Minister. There's Henry Kissinger. He is here with his wife. Princess Diana was very, very fond of him. They had a kind of, they used to gossip. He described her as having a wicked sense of humor. He presented an award to her when she was in America last year, when she was at a charity for cerebral palsy, and they felt close to each other.
Richard Attenborough, the great actor who taught Diana how important it was to be a public speaker, and who writes in today's Times a very, very glowing article about their relationship. Andrew?
Well, more than that, he was the one who really encouraged her to become involved in the landmines campaign. Really, he saw her quite a lot at Kensington Palace, and he was the one who actually made a film about landmines, which finally changed her mind that it was something that she must do. Yeah. And it gave her this real new vitality and sense of direction. She owed a lot to him during her life, and
gave him a sense of new vitality, yes, too.
I think so.
Yeah.
Peter, going back to the Prime Minister, I spoke to one of his, I'll pause now and I'll come back and tell you this later.
Her Majesty, I think that's Prince Edward on her left, and I'm not sure if Andrew's there as well, but Her Majesty walking out through the front courtyard of Buckingham Palace. We'll try to tell you all who is there. Everybody will be here to the best of our knowledge.
The Queen is 71, Duke of Edinburgh is 76. There was some suggestion that in 2002, when she celebrates her 50th year of reigning here, that she would begin to turn some of her official duties over to Prince Charles.
We'll have to have a closer look to see, but the people who are expected are Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is one of the members of the royal family who works terribly hard and doesn't get as much credit as some others think she should.
Her son, Peter Phillips has been very close to the two young princes. He's been with them all this weekend. He's 19 years old. He accompanied them on the plane. He was with them yesterday at Kensington Palace. Princess Anne's son is probably their closest relative near their age.
But the royal family has made it very clear that on this occasion they do not wish to be the focus of attention. You will notice, if you stay with us, that when the service begins in Westminster Abbey, there will be no pictures of the royal family inside the Abbey.
Or the Spencer family.
A reminder of how, to what length some of the tabloid newspapers here will go. The Royal National Institute for the Deaf made it very clear the day before yesterday that they would not provide lip readers to the tabloid press so that they could understand what the royal family was saying to themselves. Cynthia McFadden?
Happening apparently here at Buckingham Palace is the royal family has come out of the palace gates and is standing on the side where the cortege is momentarily to pass. It's our understanding that they are going to watch the cortege pass and then get into the cars and go to Westminster. As the royal family walked out of the gates, I don't know if you could hear it, I know you could see it, but there was applause throughout the crowd. The crowd has grown exponentially in the last hour. There is no room for movement here now. The people simply packed one upon the other. And the royal family is simply standing outside the gates, waiting for the coffin of Diana to be rolled by.
In fairness to Her Majesty the Queen, it is the Queen who invented what is called the walkabout, at which Diana became so famous, and other members of the royal family have tried, with, in some cases, success and without success in others. But Her Majesty, who this week, that's Princess Margaret on her right, the Queen's sister, her own tragic figure for many years, who was, and behind her, Viscount Linley, or is that Lord Snowdon? That's David Viscount Linley behind her, who's the son of Princess Margaret. Princess Margaret was married to Lord Snowdon, a world-famous photographer, among other things, and David Viscount Linley, her son, who's 12th in order of succession to the throne, among other things, an accomplished furniture maker who not long ago had a show in the United States. And I do think that is Anne, the Princess Royal, just to the left of the Queen.
Also divorced and remarried, as is Princess Margaret, who you mentioned her rather tragic life. She was in love in the 50s with Group Captain Peter Townsend. Many of us remember this, and that affair was broken up because he had been divorced.
It was 1992 in which Her Majesty the Queen referred to it as her horrible year, annus horribilis. In Latin, she said at the time of her annual address, but that was the year in which the young members of the royal family began to fall apart left, right, and center. And for those members of the older generation who have gotten out of their beds around the world today, certainly around the United States, there is already an ensconced sense of sadness that, I think that's Mrs. Shan Kidd.
That's Frances Shan Kidd.
Frances Shan Kidd, who is Diana's
it's her mother.
And would have been grandmother to the future king. A very sad figure in Diana's life. Walked out on Diana and her father when Diana was very young. I think it is in your book, yes, Mr. Indeed. Morton, in which Diana hears her mother's footsteps going down the gravel pathway for the last time.
Yes, this was at Park House, where they lived next door to Sandringham when Diana was just 6 years old. And it's one of her first memories, is that her mother leaving, walking down out into her car and out of her life, what she thought of was forever. Mrs. Shan Kidd always resented the idea that she was the bolter in the family. She always envisaged having due access to the children. This was denied in an extraordinarily bitter court case, where her own mother, Lady Fermoy, actually testified against her. Such was the depth of bitterness in her family. And that legacy obviously affected not just Diana, but all the rest of the children, Charles, Jane and Sarah.
This has been a banner week for psychiatric examination, both here and at home, because the royal family and the Spencer family have had such troubles, and certainly such public troubles, that the difficulties which the children have suffered, I speak here particularly of Diana and Charles, has not come as any great surprise to people. Another example of how this is being shared around the world by television, that's the Sky Dome in Toronto, the great baseball stadium in Toronto with its open and closed roof, and it's 5 o'clock, 5:15 in the morning there, and people in former Dominion still, certainly member of the Commonwealth, former member of the British Empire, getting up to watch this and participate in what has been, let's be fair, an international soap opera for many years. And Times Square in Hong Kong, again, where it is later, people watching this as well, and all across the United States. And I'm mindful of the fact, of course, that this is Saturday morning, and that even at this early hour, or perhaps at this early hour only in some parts of America, children are watching the television set. What you are, of course, watching is the funeral for a young woman, only 36, who was, for people of your age and people of all ages, very much a fairy princess. And she died in a car accident a week ago in Paris with a friend. And though I doubt if you have all watched as much news television as we have this week, those of you who are young, we have watched her life story played out on television this week. And now that is her coffin, buried in the flag, which is actually the monarch's flag, or the Queen's flag in this case, being moved very slowly, accompanied by soldiers, through the streets of London, the capital city of Britain, to the most famous church in all of the British, and certainly one of the most famous churches in all the world, Westminster Abbey, where there will be a very unusual ceremony to celebrate her departure. And that Westminster Abbey, we think one of the people about to arrive is Mrs. Clinton, who has come here to represent the United States, also come to represent the first family of the United States. The president intended to get up early and watch television, still on vacation. Barbara pointed out earlier that Mrs. Clinton and Diana were not particularly close friends, but very engaged they became, Barbara, on a couple of recent trips that Diana paid to Washington.
Yes, and I think that there was a sort of simpatico, because Mrs. Clinton has also had her own problems and her own travail. Peter, you know, one of the things that people feel, and you look at the family, and you see now the Queen and Princess Margaret, is that finally, in the last few weeks, Princess Diana was happy. Everybody keeps talking about that. And when you go and you see the floral bouquets, as we have, there are many of them that say Diana and Dodi are together at last, together in heaven. There doesn't seem to be any resentment that, you know, that she died in this speeding car, but rather that at last she found happiness. This was the first relationship she'd had, really since her marriage, that she could be public about. Whether she was going to marry him, whether she wasn't going to marry him, sort of depends on who you talk to. Her closest friends say no, he hadn't proposed. She would never have done anything without talking to her son.
Right in front of Buckingham Palace, the Queen bows her head. And I want to bring back in again Sarah Bradford. Sarah, you've one of the Queen's biographers. Try to help us understand what you think Her Majesty is going through this week.
Well, I think immense sadness. I think regret at what has happened in the past. I think tremendous concern for William and Harry, who are, after all, the future of the monarchy, and who have been through the most difficult time over the past years, seeing their parents publicly disagreeing, having bitter fights, and finally divorcing. And now, just when things were perhaps getting more normal, this terrible thing happens for them. And so the Queen, as the head of the family, bears the major responsibility for them. And I think as she saw Diana's coffin pass, all these things went through her mind, all many regrets for the past. And as she said, there was Diana, a warm, affectionate, smiling, exceptional person.
Do you believe that the Queen will also feel a sense of guilt at the manner in which her own son has been raised and the cloistered way in which the crown has existed for so long, and especially now that she sees the public response to the public nature of Diana?
Well, I think that in every family, when things like that go wrong, the parents do, or indeed should, question what part they've had to play in it. And when these first things became public, the divorces, the Queen turned to one of her closest friends and said, "What did we do wrong?" So she's certainly not above thinking that way. And of course, I'm afraid that there has been some responsibility there in the lack of communication between the different generations, which Diana was hoping to bridge when she married Prince Charles.
We will have lots of time as the day continues to talk about the future of the royal family, but you hear the first skirl of the pipes now as pipers join this funeral procession. Let us listen. People in the world who think it is not a sympathetic sound, but every day of her life, Her Majesty the Queen is awakened when she's at Buckingham Palace by a piper underneath her bedroom's window in the West Garden. Anthony Holden, I don't want to detract from the sense of occasion at all. I don't think any of us do, but I have been struck this week, perhaps by the good taste of all of you who've done commentary in this country, but the reluctance or perhaps decision not to discuss what might call the sort of more reckless or darker side of Diana. I've heard people refer to her in the last several days as now Saint Diana. Is it your impression that this is how she will now remain, or will you in Britain now discuss her in a fuller way when she's buried?
Peter, I think it's become clear this week that Diana was loved as much for her faults and imperfections as for her evident strengths and qualities. I think the reason so many people have fellow feeling is that she didn't hide it when she had a lapse of self-confidence. Her gaffes were all too public. It's what made her so human. And I think you were talking a minute ago about whether the Queen was feeling guilty about the way she brought up her son. I think the Queen's feeling anything like that today, it might well be regret at the rather brutal way the royal family treated Diana just a year ago last week, the week before she died, when they stripped her of her rank of Royal Highness. They formally expelled her from the ranks of the family, and they deleted her name from the prayers said for the royal family in churches throughout Christendom. Diana was very hurt. It was part of the divorce settlement, but many people at the time said that the royal family had gone too far, and that certainly has been on the lips of many people this week.
Thank you, Tony.
It was always...
Sorry, I have to cut you off there for just a moment, just so I can perhaps help to identify for our younger people Prince Charles coming out. You're looking at the Victoria Monument just outside Buckingham Palace, and this is the beginning of the Mall. The hearse, rather the gun carriage, has just moved in front of Buckingham Palace and is now going north along the Mall, past St. James's Palace. And there waiting for her, Prince Charles, to his left, as you can see, Prince William, and to Prince Charles's right, Prince Harry, the two people she loved most in the world, her sons, who, because they are princes in the House of Windsor must, even if they did not want to, must participate in the very public farewell to their mother.
Peter, on the wreath, the very first wreath that is on the top of her coffin, the card says, Mummy, put there by her two boys.
There's been a great deal of discussion this week about whether young Prince William, particularly, who is 15 and something of an idol with teenagers here, will walk behind his mother's coffin, whether her former husband, Prince Charles, will walk, whether Harry will. And earlier in the week, when there was such tension here, such distance between the royal family and the general public, it was thought that it might even be risky for Prince Charles to walk, lest he be booed. He is widely seen here as having treated her coldly in marriage. I think everybody acknowledges that marriages take two, but certainly as this relationship has been portrayed in your book, Mr. Morton, but on a more daily basis in the tabloid press, she at this week is certainly seen to be victim as much as anything.
Absolutely. And at the same time, I think there's a growing mood that Prince Charles himself is a victim of his own background, and that the fact that this is contributing to this change in mood from one of anger to one of reconciliation. The fact that Prince Charles now needs support and sympathy from people, but whatever his faults in the past, as much as Diana does and Diana's family.
You know, there has been no mention at all of Camilla Parker Bowles, and this now puts her in a terribly difficult position, and Charles, because if there is considered a villain, perhaps it is she. She is the one who, it seems, broke up the marriage, although intimates have said that she wasn't the cause, but she was the consequence. And now I think, and I don't know what you feel, Andrew, that it would be extremely difficult for him to continue that relationship. What does he do? Just as he needs the support most of this woman who's his best friend, he can't be seen publicly with her anymore. It's a very untenable position.
Let me first explain to some of our younger viewers who Camilla Parker Bowles is. She's a longtime friend of Prince Charles for many, many years. And when Princess Diana's marriage to Prince Charles was coming apart, Princess Diana gave a very famous interview to the British Broadcasting Corporation here, in which she said there was a third woman in her marriage from the very beginning, and that was Prince Charles' friend, Lady Camilla Bowles, who was in fact married to a friend of Prince Charles. When the marriage broke up, Prince Charles, who acknowledged that he'd had a relationship during his marriage with Camilla Bowles, has certainly been comforted by her and been a longtime friend. She has not been seen in public. She was going to be seen in public this week had Diana not died. She has never met the boys, but I think, as you point out, Barbara, is out of the picture significantly for the moment. We'll come back to that if we may, Andrew.
Indeed.
She has acted with great sensitivity, though, certainly in the last week. And by the way, Peter, that famous interview which you talked about, which was done by the BBC, and it was an excellent and very revealing interview. I learned yesterday that it had all been rehearsed and that the questions had all been planned in advance, so that Princess Diana did indeed know everything she was going to say.
And there is your answer. Prince Charles and his two sons.
This is the moment that people have been, if not looking forward to with some dread in their hearts, really. The fact that seeing this young boy, Prince William, the man who will carry the burdens of monarchy into the 21st century, following his mother. People knew of the bond between William and Diana. They'd seen the way that he was comforting her in her difficult times. And I think these are the poignant scenes which will now resound down the decades of history.
This is the Mall, which leads from Buckingham Palace up to Trafalgar Square. This procession will not go all the way up the Mall. But you know, Andrew, I don't think that people really should be surprised. Aside from the fact that Prince William is sometimes described as his mother's closest confidant. This is what royal children are obliged to do. They are obliged to live in the public eye from the time they're very young. I keep thinking of young John Kennedy at his father's funeral, Prince Charles and Princess Anne from a very young age, certainly not with any of the intensity that has been forced on the royal family today, but were expected to be there for public occasions, happy and sad.
You're absolutely right, Peter. In fact, in the old days, there was no such thing as a private life for a monarch. The whole idea of the Privy Councillor, which is a great office of state, was because the individual had access to the king's privy. So the sense that the royal family live their lives out in public, share their emotions in public, and hide their emotions is one of the reasons why that we see this dichotomy, this difference between the royal family and their reaction to Diana's death and the rest of the country. The fact that they've got to shield themselves from so much public grief, an expression of public grief.
Yesterday, to see Prince William and Prince Harry, the way they handled themselves, even smiling and reaching out with such enormous dignity. He's a very popular young prince. You mentioned, Peter, how popular he is with young people, but he's greatly loved, and if anything will keep the monarchy in this country going, it is the affection for Prince William and the hope that, you know, one day he will be king.
And now you see what, of course, we should describe as Diana's procession. Both during her marriage and after her marriage, though after her marriage she gave up a great many of the charities that a member of the royal family is obliged to participate in. But she gave up that, but stayed concentrated with a handful, and many of them are represented today, and they give you a clue to her character. The Arts Council. One time Diana was called the rock and roll princess, but she has extended her interest to art and fashion, as we all know, on a universal basis. The British Deaf Association, 10 members in the Abbey today, 5 in the procession are represented. The British Lung Foundation and the British Red Cross and the British Sports Association for the Disabled, and a summer music festival at Chester in the county of Cheshire, and the Child Accident Prevention Trust, and the City Ballet, and the College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, the Douglas Bader Foundation. Douglas Bader, a very famous World War II pilot who lost his legs and went on to become every bit as famous and mobile as anybody else on his artificial legs.
And
the hat makes it difficult, but I think on the left that is Lady Sarah McCorquodale, if I'm not, we may well make mistakes here, but on the right.
On the right, I think it's Sarah. On the left, it's Jane.
On the right, Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister. She's 42, a lady-in-waiting to her sister. On the left, Ian Francis Shadkidd, Diana's mother. And on the left, Lady Jane Fellows, who's 40, Diana's older sister, married to Sir Robert Fellows, who is the Queen's private secretary.
And notice that Diana's mother, Frances Shadkidd, has a very glorious cross on her, and she recently converted to Roman Catholicism.
And has spent her last years in really somewhat secluded. She wrote a letter to the press, she wrote a handwritten letter, in which she said how much she loved her daughter and thanked God for giving her the daughter and for now taking Princess Diana back to him.
Mrs. Shadkidd now lives on a rather remote island off the west coast of Scotland, and she came down to this today, slightly, she said, reluctantly, to leave a party in the local Catholic parish church this evening, where the parish priest tells us she is now very much involved. It is said that Diana and she were in reasonably close contact in recent years. Diana has never been to see her mother on on this remote island. And Andrew, I think it would be pushing it to say they had a close relationship with them.
They had a very up and down relationships. Often Diana would be spending more time comforting her than vice versa. And I remember when Diana was on the cusp of leaving public life in 1993, before she made her famous time and space speech, her mother was on the phone with her various problems. And I think we're now seeing...
Who is that between... No, that's the Earl, that's Earl Spencer.
On the right is Prince Charles, in the centre is Prince Harry, on the left is Earl Spencer, Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, and the far left is William.
Earl Spencer, where you at home may be fairly familiar, and then Prince Philip, the Queen's husband, on the extreme right there. Earl Spencer, who now lives in South Africa, is the one who earlier this week in his first public comments referred to the editors of the British tabloid press primarily as having blood on their hands and having contributed to the death of his sister in that car accident in Paris. The investigation in Paris it goes on with relentless intensity, and a great many people, including, and that's the Queen Mother, that's the 97 years old Queen Mother who lives at Clarence House there on the Mall, or on the Mall. They've just, on the Royal Mall has just passed her house. It was from her home that Diana left to go to be married 16 years ago. She is the most extraordinarily enduring member of the royal family, often described as the most popular member of the royal family, certainly for that generation. Slightly seen as a genteel, doddering aunt. Is that a little unkind, Andrew?
I think that certainly as far as Diana was concerned, she never particularly got on very well with the Queen Mother, because the Queen Mother was a great friend of Lady Ruth Fermoy, her grandmother, who was so much against Diana's mother. And she always used to say that Clarence House was the font of all criticism of Diana inside the royal family. I think the Queen Mother does come from a different age. It does come from an Edwardian age where you never complained, you never explained, and you just got on with it.
Have other relationships, and you never, ever, ever contemplated divorce.
Never. No, not at all. And the fact that all the Queen's children have divorced.
Well, except for the youngest son.
Well, he's not yet married.
He's not yet married.
Prince Edward is not yet, although he's taking his time about it. He's been romancing a young lady called Sophie Rhys-Jones for the last 4 years.
She's an executive, I think, at a public relations firm, and she's here today with him, I think. Yeah. It must take enormous stamina to be seen with a member of the young royals today over any lengthy period of time, given the attention we in the press have given this family. But the Queen Mother, for her generation, in some respects, had something of the same public demeanor as Diana. It was during the war when she and her husband, King George VI, refused to move out of Buckingham Palace when Britain was under siege by German bombers. Buckingham Palace was bombed during the war, and when the East End of London was so terribly bombed, she and her husband would walk among the people. And so she, this Scottish member of the Scottish nobility, endeared herself to a generation in much the same way that Diana has endeared herself to a younger generation.
Yes, I think that's a very good point, because when she first came into the royal family, she was seen as an outsider. It was one of the first occasions that a member of the royal family had married a commoner, albeit a well-born commoner, and she was called Cookie by the late Duchess of Windsor, because she was seen to be rather lowly born. And yet it's the Queen Mother who, in a way, reinvented the royal family, just as Diana in the 80s reinvented the royal family. The Queen Mother made the royal family far more accessible than it had been, certainly during the Edwardian and very much so during the Victorian period.
I want to do a quick canvass here, if I may. I'd like to ask, first of all, Tony Holan, and then Sarah Bradford, and then you, Andrew Morton, to give us just a very, very quick thumbnail sketch of how you think Prince Charles will now be portrayed, given the way he has performed historically, but also in the last couple of days. Tony Holden, may I start with you as we watch Prince Charles follow his ex-wife's casket?
Prince Charles's popularity was at a pretty low ebb before any of this happened. I think there's a degree of sympathy to him, of course, as the father of these two poor boys without a mother, and there's hope that he can somehow shed the coldness of his upbringing and turn much more into a tactile, warm father than perhaps he's been to them so far. He's only spent 30 days with them in the last 12 months. It's very interesting to me watching these pictures, the positioning, the way that Earl Spencer, Diana's brother's in the middle there, and Charles is marginalized like his father. I think that's as it should be symbolically.
He is the
William's the only hope
ex-husband in
for
this
the
case.
future. William's the only hope for the monarchy's future, and Charles's only hope of survival really as a public figure now is as William's father.
Well, I did anticipate from you, Tony Holden, a quite severe observation. Sarah Bradford, do you feel the same way?
No, I don't entirely feel the same way. I think it's early days to see how the public are going to view Prince Charles after all this has gone on. How far they will blame him for the unhappiness that Diana suffered, or how far they will feel sympathy for him as the lone parent of these two young boys. And certainly the images over the past few days have been very sympathetic of Prince Charles hand in hand in public with his sons. This is hitherto not been a royal characteristic. And so I think that we shouldn't make too much of a snap judgment on this.
Andrew Morton, from you, a sort of brief analysis of Prince Charles' future.
I think Prince Charles's future is very uncertain. His popularity was very low anyway. There was still endless discussion about his relationship with his friend Camilla Parker Bowles. The death of the Princess of Wales has cast a further shadow over that popularity. Yes, he will become king, but it will be very much a holding operation until Prince William. He is the future of the royal family.
Barbara, when you and I were here, I know exactly what we're doing here in terms of... Hang on just a second. Let's go to the front of Westminster Abbey. I believe that may well be the Queen or the Queen Mother, if we could go to the front door of Westminster Abbey. Well, we can't tell, but whoever it was got applause, or perhaps the applause was merely for the royal standard on top of one of the royal family's many Rolls Royces as it arrives at the west door of Westminster Abbey. You get a better sense when they go in. But as they come here through Horse Guards Parade, they've now turned off the Mall, and they're coming through what is called Horse Guards Parade on their way to Whitehall itself. This is also familiar to many Americans. This is the scene of Whitehall Palace. This is where Henry VII in the 1600s held these great jousts and tournaments, but it is here on the Queen's birthday where the members of the household regiments ride and march in review. The Queen often appears on horseback herself, and for those of you who've been tourists in London, especially you kids, this is maybe where you've come and you've seen one of the guards sitting on a horse and you've tried to talk to him and he didn't say anything to you, which is always frustrating for young visitors to London when they get nothing back from the guards outside any of the royal palaces here. But this is Horse Guards Parade as they go through the very same place where other funeral processions have formed up, not very far from the offices of the War Room, from which the late great Prime Minister Winston Churchill, the great British wartime leader, ran the affairs of the war from underground. This is a core bit of this national capital, which is rich, eminently rich in the nation's history. Barbara.
Peter, I'd like to follow up just a little bit when you were talking with Andrew Holden and Andrew Morton. You know, Princess Diana, when she did that interview now 2 years ago, said at the time that she didn't think that Prince Charles, she said in effect, she didn't think that he would really be the best king, that she hoped that her son implied that she hoped that Prince William would be king. Now there is a magazine article just out in New York that in which she supposedly, we will never know, had said that he shouldn't be king, Prince Charles, because he is a follower and not a leader. So to some degree, don't you think, Anthony, that she has put down his reputation, perhaps not meaning to, perhaps out of love for her son?
She's never, ever believed that Prince Charles will become king. She said, actually, for the...
Excuse me again for interrupting, but Her Majesty has left Buckingham Palace. Perhaps that applause you hear is for the sudden appearance of the national flag, the Union flag, or Union Jack as we most commonly know it, flying at half-staff over Buckingham Palace. This in this country, and throughout the British Commonwealth certainly, will be taken as enormously significant. Sorry, Andrew, continue.
Yes, this has been a consistent theme of Diana's life over the last 10 years. She's never believed that Prince Charles will become king, and she's never believed that herself will become queen, albeit not in these circumstances. She's always seen the hope for the royal family as being Prince William, which is why she's invested so much of her own time and so much of her own emotional energy in Prince William, in taking him to see down and out, in taking him to see the homeless, in taking him to see AIDS patients. She wants him to have a rounded view of what life is really like inside Britain today, so that when he becomes king, as she always believed he would, and keep the standard raised of monarchy for the 21st century, then at least he will be in touch with the people. And that's what she always felt about the royal family. They're not in touch with their emotions, they're not in touch with the people.
In case you are just arising at anywhere in the United States, thank you for joining us on ABC. We are here in London covering the funeral of Diana, the Princess of Wales, and we are not too very long from the actual funeral service itself in the 1,000-year-old Westminster Abbey. From around the city and around the country and around the world, royals and commoners, friends and officials of Diana, who was killed last Saturday, are gathering on the Abbey to celebrate her life. Coming through Horse Guards Parade, not terribly far now from Whitehall, which is not very far from Westminster Abbey itself, her coffin on a gun carriage, accompanied by members of the Welsh Guard and the King's Troop of the Household Cavalry, and accompanying her as she moves, her ex-husband, Prince Charles, her two sons, William and Harry, Earl Spencer, her brother, and the Queen's sister, I beg your pardon, the Queen's husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Other members of the royal family and the Spencer family have already gathered in Westminster Abbey. The First Lady, Mrs. Clinton, I think, has arrived with the British ambassador, Admiral William Crowe. Various members of what is described by the Royal Palace here as Diana's celebrity friends are here. The news services are saying that Tom Hanks is here, Diana Ross, Tom Cruise and his wife, Nicole Kidman, and Steven Spielberg is said to be here as well. But much more important to this day than any of the individuals who are here is the vast display of public sentiment on the streets today, as it has been for the entire week, for this 36-year-old, astonishingly glamorous human being who was killed in, to use that dreadful cliche, the prime of her life. Her Majesty the Queen, who came out and stood outside the front gates of Buckingham Palace while the gun carriage passed, and then got in a car and came the short distance here to Westminster Abbey with the Queen Mother, that is to say Queen Elizabeth's mother, Queen Elizabeth, who's 97 years old, being led in where they'll be greeted by the Dean of Westminster and perhaps by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the leading figures of the Anglican Church, of which the Queen is the secular head in Britain. This abbey is, some of you undoubtedly have visited it, is reeks with history.
This, however, will be a service unlike any that's been held here before, where you have Elton John singing, where you have poetry that's going to be read by Princess Diana's two sisters. The Prime Minister will read, Prime Minister Blair will read from the Bible and speak of love. Princess Diana's favorite hymns will be played. There has never been a service like this. It's been called a unique service for a unique person, and it will be. So, you know, Peter, when you and I covered, as did many broadcasters, the wedding, one knew in advance what it was going to be. It was a traditional ceremony. This is unlike anything before.
Well, never before, Barbara, as you know, did we ever think we should be here 16 years ago when we sat on a tiny, we're on a tiny balcony overlooking Westminster Abbey today. 16 years ago, we sat on an even tinier balcony outside St. Paul's Cathedral in the city of London, and were in those days stunned by the joy and celebration of that day. A day much like this. The British have been lucky with their weather, if that's an apt way to put it today. But it has enabled a great many people to come. Scotland Yard tells us just a minute ago that 1 million people have been here on the streets today to watch the gun carriage go through. And again, if you're just joining us, this funeral procession has taken much longer than originally intended because it was felt by the Spencer family and by the royal family and certainly by the government that more people should have an opportunity to see Princess Diana one last time. When this ceremony is over, she'll travel almost 80 miles by car to the scene of her family home in the county of Northamptonshire, about 80 miles from here. But on this particular voyage through Hyde Park, past Buckingham Palace, through the historic Horse Guards Parade, and then down Whitehall towards the British Parliament, this has been the heart of empire for so long, and this young woman has done so much to change what was for so long its core establishment.
I was going to point out, sometimes it's difficult for you and me to hear each other if it sounds as if we're interrupting. I was just going to point out that royal business goes on as usual. This is the weekend that the Prime Minister of Great Britain goes and visits Balmoral to stay with the Queen, and when this service is over, he is indeed going to do that. So the certain traditions, certain things never change.
Just watch this very quietly for a moment and perhaps ask first Cynthia McFadden and then Aaron Brown to give us quietly their assessment of what the reaction has been of the people as we go along. Cynthia?
You know, Peter, here at the palace, it has been extraordinary what's happened in the last 15 or 20 minutes. When the cortege passed initially, it was absolutely still. People 20 deep, 30 deep in some places, almost 50 deep in other places, stood absolutely silently. There was a small group, a stream of people that has apparently followed the cortege the entire length and have been winding behind it. In some of the photographs, you've been able to see them. But I think perhaps there was polite applause when the Queen came out and watched the cortege pass. But the most extraordinary moment for me was when the standard was lowered and the Union Jack was raised. The applause was deafening and spontaneous, and people stood in place and stared at that flag for probably 5 or 10 minutes without moving. It has been a remarkable sight here this morning.
Thank you, Cynthia. I'll speculate that when we hear these smatterings of applause for such gestures, it is because we are seeing the royal family doing what the people have wanted them to do all week, which is to respond to the public need for the royal family to share this in the same manner in which so much of the public has shared. And it's been very difficult for members of some generations in Britain this week to comprehend what is going on. A member of the older generation was heard to say here earlier this week that his generation was, brought up and trained to fight Hitler. and that it was difficult to understand a generation when all it took was love to pick up on the great Beatles song and the rock and roll princess. But over the several days since Diana was killed, even those people here and around the world who at first were stunned by the reaction and uncertain about the reaction have come to understand that what is being seen here has enormous meaning in many ways about celebrity, about monarchy in the 20th and eve of the 21st century, and certainly about the press and about television. There are people here, as there are at home, who believe that our participation in this and the extent to which we have covered it has simply given it a renewed adrenaline at almost every minute. But in London today, this tradition of modern and traditional is inescapably real. Aaron Brown. Let us go to the front of the west door of Westminster Abbey now, because Diana's coffin has arrived, and here in the tight confines in the shadow of St. Margaret's Church, to the left of the Abbey there is absolute silence. "28 minutes after 11 on Saturday morning, on the balconies of the Grayson Favorite Apartments, the government buildings here, people stand absolutely silent, almost all of them in dark clothes, as the gun carriage draws very gently to a halt in front of the west door. The bearers from the Welsh Guards. She is the Princess of Wales. This regiment of foot guards, raised in 1915 by the order of His Majesty King George V, so that Wales would be included in the national complement of the regiments of foot guards identified with the countries and the various counties of the United Kingdom. It was only 2 days after they were formed that they mounted a guard at Buckingham Palace, St. David's Day in Wales. And now these men, who most recently have seen service in Northern Ireland and the Falklands and ceremonial duty in Hong Kong, will carry this most beloved, controversial, talented and tortured princess into the great nave of Westminster Abbey. All are here. The Queen Mother, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, Diana's family, her mother, her stepmother, her two sisters, her brother, her friends, from, it is fair to say, all walks of life. the royal and the common, the celebrated and the underprivileged. Those are the muffled bells of Westminster itself. Service will be conducted by the Very Reverend Wesley Carr, who is the Dean of Westminster. He's been the Dean only since last February. It's the biggest thing, he says, I have ever done. But it is, he points out, a rare opportunity for the Abbey to bring together the pageantry, the royal history, and the common touch. In the ceremony, we will not see members of the royal family or members of the Spencer family at their request. Just to repeat that members of the royal family will not be seen during this ceremony, and nor, I suspect, will members of the Spencer family, other than the manner in which they may participate in the service, namely Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh there placing a wreath. And now the boys and Prince Charles placing a wreath. It is intended to be a service which would have pleased Diana, much discussed by her brother, her two sisters, and the royal family and the government. Prime Minister will participate.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey.
The Dean of Westminster.
Thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents. But especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
Many of you may recognize this first hymn. It was sung at Diana's wedding to Prince Charles. I vow to thee, my country. Prince William had asked for that hymn because it was his mother's favorite. The first reading by Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister.
And leave you here a while. Be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
And now the BBC Singers by Lynn Dawson.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
finding them guilty. In fact,
And now the lesson will be read by the Right Honorable Tony Blair, the Prime Minister.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth. Beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from the country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young. And yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without. And we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities not need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharged their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The Princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who worked for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others, we pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen.
Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
Britain bids farewell to its Queen of Hearts. Diana's body has been put into the hearse and is now beginning the trip for burial to Althorp, the Spencer family's burial ground since the early 1500s. The hearse retraces the cortege's path to Hyde Park Corner. Then it goes up Park Lane, past the apartment of Dodi Al-Fayed, Diana's boyfriend, who was killed with her in the car crash in Paris and whose father was at today's services. The hearse will roll through residential neighborhoods of North London. Then it will continue north through the countryside on the M1 freeway. It will travel on the M1 freeway until it reaches Northampton, where it will proceed along country roads to Althorp. Prince Charles, Prince William, and Prince Harry, William and Harry, the two sons, will attend the private family service. Once the coffin reaches Great Brington, the Queen and Prince Philip will return to Scotland now. Princess Diana is to be buried on the grounds of Althorp House. It'll be a private burial on an island in a lake on the grounds of the Spencer family home. The family made a decision not to inter her with her ancestors in the family vault in the village church of St. Mary the Virgin at nearby Great Brington. Instead, the decision was to bury her on a small island in the middle of a lake on the family property. The island is said to have been a favorite of Diana's when she was a child. One reason for the decision, the family said, was they wanted to bury Diana in the grounds of Althorp Park, where her grave can be, as they put it, properly looked after by her family and visited in privacy by her sons. It is planned to open the place of burial each year for a number of weeks so the public can pay respects. The Union Jack over Buckingham Palace at half-staff. The hearse moves northward. The dignitaries disperse. The bells and the organ play. Westminster's dean during the service, the very Reverend Dr. Wesley Carr, said, quote, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection. There was music by Bach, Verdi, Purcell, and by Diana's friend Elton John. Elton John sang, Goodbye, England's Rose. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. What you are seeing now, and those of you who've been with us, what you have been seeing for the last few hours, will help to make the legend of Diana, Princess of the People, Queen of Hearts. And whether intended to do so or not, also helping the legend will be the burial place on that island in the lake on the Spencers' ancient family property. Those plans for Diana's burial in the lake inevitably recall the legend of King Arthur. King Arthur was conducted by the Lady of the Lake to the mythical island of Avalon and buried there. Many Britons still believe that King Arthur will someday return to rule again, the once and future king. One of the better known phrases in the English language, the once and future king. What has happened here today is perhaps the making of a once and future princess. Harking back to the 1980s, you may recall there was public demand for Diana to name her first son Arthur.
Here for the young princes, that they wanted to show by their presence their love of the young princesses and that the nation was behind them.
There will be, as both Aaron Brown and Cynthia have pointed out, considerable discussion about what the Earl, or what Earl Spencer said. But picking up on Cynthia there, he said of Harry and William that she, Diana, would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, he said, on your behalf. We will not allow them, the two boys, to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, he went on to say, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative, loving way in which you were steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. Underneath the bells here, and I think, Andrew Morton, you may have to speak up a little more than usual. Pick up on that if you would. Or just before you do, another connection around the world is Sarajevo in Bosnia. Diana, of course, so deeply interested in the campaign to rid the world of landmines. And there was a home in Sarajevo, in fact, the home of Mirjeta Gamboric, a 15-year-old girl, landmine victim, who the princess had met during her most recent trip to Bosnia. Back to you, Andrew Morton, and then perhaps others, in fact, indeed others, on his remarks by Earl Spencer.
I think Earl Spencer's remarks were quite remarkable insofar as they summed up the mood of the nation. They summed up the fact that there's a hostility towards the media, who many people believed conspired to kill her. At the same time, there's a mood of hostility towards the royal family for this sense of ousting her from their midst and driving her away. And the very fact that he's making clear that the old ways, the royal ways, will not be for William and Harry is a signal very much for the future, very much that the royal family have got it wrong, very much that the press, the media, the TV have to get their houses in order for Prince William and Prince Harry to survive the next century.
He said at one point that she, Diana, needed no royal title to go on and continue to dispense her magic. That was, I thought, at least, also a shot at the family.
Very much so, and I noticed that outside Westminster Abbey there was spontaneous applause, and spontaneous applause all around from the screens. And there is this duality, the sense that the royal family have let down Diana, also a sense that Diana, the woman who the camera fell in love with, was eventually loved to death by the camera.
Barbara, some first...
What a friend told us yesterday, one of her very close friends. She said, I can hear Diana's voice. She was talking about the chapel, and she said she would never have believed all the flowers. She would never have believed that she was this loved. And when you see that hearse go by with the coffin and the flowers, so simple, the lilies and the roses placed by her two sons and by her brother, the simplicity of it and the love, because these were the people closest to her in her life. They don't know yet what they're going to do with these thousands and thousands of bouquets and notes that have been written. The Spencer family and Prince Charles and the sons will decide what happens with those notes. But one more thing, on the subject, what you talked about, Andrew, and what Earl Spencer talked about the press. I talked to an aide to the Prime Minister this morning, and who said that the tabloid editors here are very worried, that they know that they must totally change what they have been doing, and they don't know how to do it, and it will be an enormous change, and it's about time, probably. I understand that there will be no change in laws, and that the Prime Minister will shortly speak about that, but there will be talk about a new responsibility.
Well, the hearse has now picked up a police escort. In fact, the editors of the tabloids had originally been invited to come to this funeral today, because many of the editors had in fact had a fairly good relationship with Diana, but at the request of Earl Spencer, who himself has a very bad relationship with the popular press, they were disinvited and all gracefully retired. But Barbara, you and Andrew both pick on something which is impossible to miss, which is young Earl Spencer's talk. So let me go next to Anthony Holden, biographer, journalist in your day, Tony Holden. Still write a column for one of the popular newspapers. What was your take on what he had to say?
Well, Peter, I agree very much with Andrew. It was a remarkably outspoken address. He began the week very outspokenly, saying that newspaper editors had blood on their hands, and he's ended it equally so. I personally was pleased that he did not merely attack the media. I thought what he said about the media was fair enough, although those of us in it feel it's just some sections that should take the rap, not the entire lot. But I personally was very glad he did, in a very clever and delicate way, also make one or two sharp points about the royal family and what we were talking about a bit earlier, their treatment of Diana a year ago, the way they took her title away. He said she didn't need a title to be who she was, and so on, and pledging those in what he very specifically called the blood family, pledging to bring Harry and William up, to continue to do so in the way that she would have wanted, as much as the way the royals would have wanted. I think the whole nation needed to hear that. All the concern and all the feeling today is directed at those young men.
And the fact, as you point out, and Andrew Morton pointed out to me at the time, concentrating to some extent on her personality too, her insecurity, her deep insecurity, with which people here are particularly familiar. Sarah Bradford, I'm struck momentarily again by the fact that you wrote a biography of the Queen, who's lived in such a different age than Diana. What did you think about Earl Spencer?
Well, I thought it was extraordinarily courageous and honest speech. And I thought that he conveyed the personality of his sister and the reason why she appealed to the whole world in the way that she did extremely well. And it was a very untraditional, really modern speech, spoken straight from the heart, and I think that that moved everybody. I certainly take his point about the HRH decision, which I thought at the time was petty and unnecessary. Also, obviously, there's the media question. All I would say is that I do hope that after this moving farewell to this extraordinary woman, we can perhaps feel a little less bitter. We can find in our hearts to forgive. And I just hope that that's going to be the message of this ceremony.
Sarah Bradford, let me ask you this. We have heard all week and again today how much resentment there has been about Diana losing the title Her Royal Highness. Her brother says she needed no right title to go on communicating her magic. What was the royal family or the royal establishment's view of her losing that title or taking it away from her?
Well, I think they were abiding by the spirit of the law. Once you were divorced, you were no longer a member of the royal family. But then they did muddy the waters by saying that she would be considered as a member of the royal family. So, as far as I'm concerned, you can't have it both ways, and I thought it was a mistake. And I think that all this ceremony today, draping the coffin with the royal standard, and the Queen's speech last night, is a very large effort to make amends for what was, in fact, a petty mistake.
When you wrote your biography of the Queen, you wrote, among other things, about the rumors that Prince Philip had reported infidelities during their marriage. We now live in an age when that is just so much more acceptable than it was in the early years of the Queen's reign. How do you think it's going to be now in the wake of Diana's death?
Well, I think we live in an age in which divorce is acceptable, but infidelity isn't necessarily. People don't mind perhaps if you marry several times, but they do mind if you cheat on your partner while you're still together. And I think that is a feature of the modern age. I don't think that we live anymore in the turn a blind eye, stiff upper lip era, which in the days when people believed in marriages lasting forever, you had to.
Now, Andrew Morton, I've asked you a couple of times, or at least you've noted a couple of times, the spontaneous response. Do you also think this was a healing funeral? Here you have both families together. Are we focused too much on Spencer, or is that what we'll remember?
I think we'll remember the Elton John song. I think the applause there and the tears there were genuine, the grief there was genuine. I think that we are seeing two eras here, two almost value systems. We have an old order, the kind of people that the royal family represent. They're the people who won the war. We were talking about that earlier. Then we have a modern generation, a generation that many women can understand and relate to, who show their feelings, who are far more modern about things. And so we've seen in this extraordinary service today a very profound sense of what Britain is today, how Britain is moving forward. An old era is passing, a new era is beginning. And the expression of grief is because the standard bearer of that new era was the Princess of Wales, Diana Spencer. And she is now passed, but the new era will continue.
You were very close to her. Do you now feel it's over?
I think that it will continue, and I think that many lessons will be learned. And I think that the new era is inevitable, because really the world has changed. The royal family haven't changed. Diana showed that. She was a symbol of that new value system that we now cleave to. But there's no turning back the clock, and I think the royal family recognise that.
Well, that's a good question, because Barbara, you've been talking to some members of the inner circle over the last several days. Do you think that the royal family itself, or do you pick up that the family itself senses a need to be somehow different?
Oh, I think that they must, and certainly Prince Charles, ever since the accident, and it's hard to believe it's just 1 week, has certainly tried to change things, has talked to his mother, convinced her to make the speech that she made yesterday, and to come and be with the people. But you know, when Andrew was talking, it is the old and the new. One of the reasons that Prince Charles married Princess Diana was that she was so innocent. She was 19 years old, she was a virgin. It was very important that the heir to the throne marry a virgin. Had he been able to marry someone who perhaps was a little more sophisticated, a little more like him, maybe the marriage would have lasted. Had she been able to accept the fact, as other royalty had in the past, that the man she married was going to be king and could also be unfaithful and the marriage would continue, the marriage then would have lasted. There have been all of these conflicts of the old and the new, and it will be interesting to see what happens when young Prince William grows up. How much tradition will be a part of it and how much he will be able to follow his own heart and wishes and the modern life.
Barbara, you and I from the former colonies will matter a good deal less than what they think on these islands, and so let's go to Canada Gate outside Buckingham Palace because Cynthia McFadden is talking to some of the people there. Cynthia.
Peter, of course, thousands of people thronging outside Buckingham Palace. Mr. Charlie Poland is here.
All toned flesh and worked out and beautifully dressed, actually covered somebody who was perpetually self-doubting, who was subject to all kinds of nervous illnesses. The eating disorders were specifically mentioned. And this, I think, is how royalty and celebrity has been redefined. Once we expected them to be perfect, never a hair out of place, never a lip trembling, always back straight. Now we want something else. We want to be able to recognize in them our own weakness. And at the same time, they've got to be role models and examples. It's why being in public life, as Diana herself exemplified, is so terrible. It's why she was hunter and huntress, and finally hunted, some would say, to death.
Ingrid Seward, it's been said to me that Diana, as a girl, was a little bit plump, if not chubby, very shy. How is it that she grew into this absolute epitome of glamour and beauty and grace?
If you look at her two sisters, there are great facial similarities, but Diana had that gloss and glamour, which made her so beautiful, but underneath, remember, there was still this small, insecure girl woman. And last time I saw her, a few weeks ago, she was explaining to me how we, the press, still had the ability to really ruin her day. And she said, it's very hard for me to go out when I've read the newspapers saying something deeply hurtful about me, and then it's very hard to go out and help people, and that's what I want to do. I want to help people.
I found myself thinking these last few days that in death as in life, Diana offers a candle. She offers hope to every young girl who says, oh, I'm not really all that attractive at 13 or 15, and I'm shy. I never know quite to do it myself, and I don't make all that good of grades. I mean, Diana was not a particularly good student.
She never professed to be an A student. She always said, I'm as thick as a plank, which of course she wasn't, but that was the sort of front she liked to put up.
But there was also, Dan, something else that the 13-year-old girl must remember. Diana worked at being beautiful very hard. She didn't just apply a miracle cream. She spent endless hours working out in the gym. She consulted top fashion designers. I'm sure there will be a desire for thousands, millions of girls, perhaps, to turn themselves into Dianas. Let them know one thing. It's not easy to do, and it's not easy when you've done it.
Let's go now to Mark Phillips at Hyde Park. Mark, what's the reaction there?
Dan, as we're sitting here in Hyde Park, where you'll recall the funeral cortege first began its trip on this very, very emotional day, the crowd, which has been watching the service on large TV monitors in the park, has now begun to filter away as the hearse makes its way through London, through North London and up to Althorp for the actual family burial. But it seems as if Diana, the commemoration of her funeral was as complex in many ways as her life was. It took place on so many levels, on an emotional level, but even to some extent on a controversial level. Her funeral service did not end without discussion of the controversies which her life had been so full of. I'm here with Trevor Phillips, who is a writer and broadcaster and was the producer of the film Diana, Portrait of a Princess, and is also a friend of Charles, if we can say so. Do you agree that so much of what was in her life and so much of what had caused so much uncertainty in the House of Windsor was also in her funeral.
Well, we saw two things symbolized today: the mixture of tradition and respect for heritage which she herself had, and the modernity of the service. I guess the high point of the service will have to have been Elton John's performance of Candle in the Wind, and the combination of those two things really symbolized Diana herself. But the other point, which I think made me tingle and which came like a thunderbolt, was Earl Spencer's speech. Moved, emotional, but also deeply, deeply angry. And in a way, I think what Earl Spencer has done is to fire the first warning shots in a battle for the soul of the monarchy. He wants it to change in a particular way. The royal family this week has shown that they believe that they are protecting 1,000 years of history, which they believe is important.
Struck as well by the reference to the two sons, to William and Harry, particularly saying that while the institution of the monarchy is respected by the Spencers, that the kids are also Spencers as well, and that they will take some role in the development of what will be the future king here. In other words, that her work, Diana's legacy, if you will, which is in her son, which many here see as the salvation of the House of Windsor if it has one, that he's intent and the family is intent on continuing that.
Yes, indeed. And I think the thrust of his point, of his speech, besides essentially really lauding Diana herself, was to say that there has to be a new start.
We have to move on. Thank you very much, Trevor Phillips. Back to you, Dan.
Thanks, Mark Phillips at Hyde Park. Let's go down to veteran CBS News Chief European Correspondent Tom Pinter at Buckingham Palace. Tom, you've seen many spectacles here on the continent and around the world. Give us your perspective on this one.
Dan, let me tell you what this really made me think about, and it's not about spectacles and princes and palaces. It's a personal thought. We'll miss her. You know, we, the media, will miss Diana. And we regret the opportunities that we had while she was alive to report her support for the things that were really important to her, causes as disparate as AIDS, the homeless, the banning of landmines, and we regret that. We reported her life, when we did report it, in terms of more of a soap opera, and we regret that. And I remember recently, we wanted to follow her to Bosnia to see her support for the campaign to end landmines, and the people who decide whether we do that sort of thing weren't interested, and we regret that. Now, for the past few days, we've all been reporting on her good works, on the many lives she touched, often people who were totally unknown, but we've been doing it only posthumously, and we regret that too. Dan?
Tom, we pointed out that Diana's brother, in a way, fired a shot at the British royal family as well as at the press. Perhaps the royal family doesn't deserve it. The press, we know, to at least some degree does. But you touched on something that perhaps we can discuss for just a moment here. That it wasn't altogether harassment and victimization. That Diana, from the very beginning, used those of us in the press to at least some degree for her own purposes. And many of those purposes, her charities, her outreach on AIDS,
people in trouble, with young people, with disabled young people,
benefited greatly from the attention given her.
That's true. And of course, she knowingly used the press to help her do the sort of things she wanted to do. Someone like Diana is of incalculable worth to a charity. Her very presence in Bosnia, her very presence in a homeless center, gives the kind of publicity that they themselves could never have. And she championed causes before they were popular. The cause of the banning of landmines before it was a popular cause. And she has turned around public opinion. She turned around the United States on this issue. Sure, she used the media, just as the media used her. I'm not saying that we were all at fault. I'm just saying that we kind of neglected some of the things that were really important to her, and it seems to me we more or less focused on the People magazine aspects of her life.
And in the case of the late Mother Teresa, we very often ignored Mother Teresa and her work in order to put Princess Diana and her latest fashion, latest social adventure on the cover, on the front page, or in the lead.
Exactly.
Let us go to... Thank you, Tom. As the hearse continues traveling north, it'll take quite a while, 45 minutes, perhaps an hour, for the hearse to get on the freeway, even with a great blockade of motor vehicles clearing the way. It'll take a while for it to get up to the Spencers' traditional home. Let us look again at one of the more memorable pictures of the day, if not the most memorable picture of the day, the video of 15-year-old Prince William and 12, soon to be 13-year-old Prince Harry joining the procession earlier. Prince William had said almost immediately that he would walk behind his mother's coffin. His younger brother Harry said in effect he wanted to think about it, but in the end he did it. David Starkey, we had talked during the week, you and I, and Ingrid Seward, please join us with this, that how difficult it is for Americans to understand what the royal family and what the monarchy represent to the British, what the Stars and Stripes represent to those of us who are American, what the literal Constitution and Bill of Rights and the National Archives in Washington represent to us. That's what the monarchy represents here, is it not?
That is true. The monarchy, in fact, is the real fundamental essence of British nationhood. We're called not Britain officially, not England, though Americans always call us England. You even, I remember, Dan, have Queen of England on one of your scripts. It's actually the United Kingdom. And the monarchy has been the thing that's kept us together, that has defined us, that I think has seen us through the worst and the best of times in the 20th century, that has been responsible for the fact that we don't have the vehement, hateful nationalisms which have occasionally disfigured so many other European countries. The real question is whether now, particularly after the events of this week, it can actually continue to fulfill that role. I think Ingrid was quite right to say the applause for the royal family was a minimal patter. Whether they can actually go back to the center of the nation's consciousness, I frankly doubt. I don't think we'll disappear, but I think that what we want is something different. We want something much more like Diana, or something much more like Tony Blair, that's outgoing, that seems somehow meritocratic, that isn't rigid and protocol-ridden. I'm not trying to make Ingrid redundant. I think that this is just another form of monarchy, but it's not the sort of rather stiff, rigid monarchy that we've been used to within the House of Windsor, in the same way I would say that presidencies are monarchies.
Actually, I agree with you. I think it wasn't so much today that changed things, but when the Queen made her speech yesterday, which by the Queen's standards was quite informal, I think I realized then that things had changed, because the Queen was answerable to us instead of us being answerable to her, and that's the first time I ever remember anything like that happening.
I want to come back to and pick up this conversation in a moment, but I don't want to lose this particular moment on the street down below with CBS News correspondent Vicki Mabry. Vicki?
I'm joined here, Dan, by Jillian Wagner of the Bernardo Children's Charity, which is the largest charity in the United Kingdom for children and for young people. Diana was president of your charity for a while.
She was indeed. I invited her in 1984, and she was president for 12 years, and a wonderful president she was.
What did she do? Did she come to visit the children?
She visited enormously. I mean, she did do some fundraising events, but the most important thing was what she did for the children and the young people and those who had disabilities or were in trouble. Her sympathy was instant, and they loved her.
Was she a princess when she came?
She was a princess, but she was a princess who was a human being and to whom they could relate.
Sometimes the cynics amongst us look at this and say, this is a photo opportunity for a famous person. Was it ever like that for her?
No. She used to go sometimes quite unannounced to visit adopting parents or adoptive children or some particularly difficult family who were having difficulties. She would go without any cameras or anything, just to talk to the family and to be with them and to bring them help and comfort. Other times, of course, there were photo opportunities, but it was good for the charity that there should be.
How do you think she turned your charity around? What did she do for
Oh, she gave it a very high profile. What she did really was more for the people in the charity. They loved her, and so many of the youngsters have been so distressed by her death, and 5 of them have been walking behind the coffin as it went down the Mall.
There was not a dry eye in the crowd outside. Was there inside?
No, it was, I feel, emotionally wrung out, and I think everybody does. Earl Spencer spoke so bravely and so truly. The service was beautiful.
She'll be missed.
Oh, there's irreplaceable. There's no way. There's no way. Nobody will be like her again.
Okay. Jillian Wagner, thank you very much. Jillian Wagner from Bernardo Children's Charity. She said that in the 12 years that Diana was president of the charity, she made 120 visits, 10 visits a year. That's really, for a person of Diana's stature, that was a lot of time to spend with one particular group when she was president of so many charities. Dan?
Vicki Mabry. Let's go now to Jane Roblo of CBS News, who's into the crowd near Whitehall. Jane?
Dan, it was very emotional during this service. People didn't say anything. Families hugged and held each other and cried. The only time the silence was broken, the first time the silence was broken, was after Elton John sang his song England's Rose, and the crowd here broke into applause. They applauded again after Earl Spencer said, "We came here to thank you for the way you brightened our lives." I think that people here maybe feel like they have lost someone who represented their innocence and perhaps someone who even made it okay to be vulnerable from time to time. Jennifer Dumoulin was 9 years old when she last stood on these streets to see the princess go by. She sat on her mother's shoulders to watch the princess go by as a bride. And today you came to say goodbye to Princess Diana. Do you feel in some way a special attachment to her, Jennifer, because you were here as a little girl watching her go by as a beautiful bride?
Yeah, she's very beautiful, and I just feel like I had to be here just to show her how much loved she was and how she's in everybody's heart. And it just felt special to be here.
How did the service affect you?
Very touching. It was very well done, and she got the most respect from people, and it was lovely.
Tony Blair had said right after Diana had died on Saturday that the people of Britain really needed a big funeral, an opportunity that they, people like you, could come here and line the streets and say your goodbyes. Do you feel that the people of Britain got that today?
Yeah, definitely. It was lovely. We was totally included in the whole lot of it, with speakers telling us what was going on with the church. It was lovely. The whole lot was lovely.
And you have flowers in your hands. Where are you going now, Jennifer?
I'm going to take them to somewhere where a load of flowers are and put them together so they'll be collected and given to her sons, the cards anyway.
Thank you, Jennifer Dumoulin.
Thanks.
Dan?
Everyone has remarked that a highlight, if not the highlight of the service back here at Westminster Abbey was Elton John, what he sang and how he sang it. We want to replay for you now Elton John and his tribute to the Queen of Hearts, the Princess of the People.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile, this torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from the country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Candle in the Wind, Elton John. Candle in the Wind was a favorite of Princess Diana since she was a schoolgirl. It was written originally for Marilyn Monroe, who coincidentally also died at age 36. David Starkey and Ingrid Seward, let me read to you a quotation from the Public Prince this week. Quote, Brian Hunt, Daily Telegraph music critic, who said the inclusion of pop music is fully justifiable to have pop music in a ceremony such as this. But, he wrote, the use of a song originally dedicated to Marilyn Monroe suggests a desire to portray the princess as an icon of contemporary culture. Arguably, this funeral is neither the time nor the place, unquote. Your reaction to that, Ingrid?
I think that's very pompous and unnecessary. I think it was great to have Elton John singing here. He's a great friend of all the royal family. The Queen Mother, I think, was his original fan. He's played at all their parties. He's danced with the Queen. And I think it was very fitting that he should. Doesn't matter who he originally wrote the song. Well, Bernie Taupin wrote the song. Doesn't matter who it was written for. And I'm afraid Diana is an icon. There's no getting away from it. There's nothing ever like her. So I think it's very pompous to say she shouldn't be or to criticize it. I think it's great. Let's go with it.
David?
Diana was an icon. We wouldn't be grieving like this. Let me immediately confess to you, Dan, I am a non-believer. What we're seeing now is a kind of invention of a religious cult. I didn't believe in Diana. I don't believe in Diana, and I won't believe in Diana. That doesn't mean that I can't see what she was and what she did. And she quite genuinely fused together being royal, being Marilyn Monroe, a little touch of the Madonnas. Madonna actually advised her on how to cope with publicity. Madonna has actually spoken very movingly on Diana's fate. And if we try, and as the Daily Telegraph would love to do, lift Diana out of the world of celebrity and put her firmly back on a royal pedestal and put the coronet on her head that was carefully removed when she was stripped of the title Royal Highness, we completely misunderstand her. These people have turned out in their thousands, tens, hundreds, millions today because she was more than royal, because she was an icon, because she was a celebrity doing good, but quite a lot of celebrities do good. And this attempt at separating the worlds out, well, I think anybody who writes for a rather dull conservative newspaper like the Daily Telegraph would do that.
That goes your job at the Daily Telegraph.
I don't have one.
Let's go down on the street again. CBS News correspondent Vicki Mabry. Vicki?
One doesn't, you know, I think I said before it should be, not that I had anything to do with it, but I said it should be a service that reflected her personality.
I'm here with Lord Peter Palumbo, who is the chairman of the Serpentine Gallery, which is a very famous, very well-known, very well-respected art gallery here in London. More importantly, he was a very, very close friend of Princess Diana's, knew her before the wedding, attended the wedding, and have kept in touch with her through all these years. Was the service one that she would have approved of?
I think very much so. I think it reflected her personality. We had some wonderfully traditional English hymns and anthems when we had Elton John, who was marvelous. I can't tell you how good he was. I think it was a magnificent blend of the old and the new, tradition and the contemporary, and one that she would have very much liked and appreciated.
Your reaction to her brother's eulogy?
I thought it was one of the most, in fact, certainly the most moving tribute that I've ever heard in a church. I was, last time I was at Westminster Abbey was for the funeral service of Lord Olivier, the actor. And there, at the very end of the service, there was the great speech that he made before Agincourt as Henry V. And there wasn't a dry eye in the house as a result. But today was even better. It was a magnificent
speech. He spoke so much about her personally, but he also was not hypocritical in that a lot of people have said he disinvited the tabloids, which showed that he was not being hypocritical. He didn't want them there, and he spoke out about that.
Yes, he didn't. He said things that needed to be said, and he didn't flinch from saying them, but he said them in a very, very beautiful way.
He also at one
flag outside. Union Jack, the Union flag at half-mast over Buckingham Palace. We are going to continue our coverage of this most unusual day. There will be an opportunity for those of you just getting up in the country to share in some of the moments earlier in the day, including the funeral service for Diana at Westminster Abbey. So I hope you'll stay with us. I'm Peter Jennings in London, and we will be back in just a moment.
ABC News coverage of Diana, Princess of Wales' The Final Farewell will continue after this from our ABC stations.
This is ABC. The national
night that she wore the famous black dress with the floaty bit on it, the night that Charles gave the interview. Could you tell that she was hurt, or what was her response?
Not at all. No, she was in tremendous form, dazzling form. I've never seen her in better form, and I'm sure that underneath it all, she was probably feeling different emotions, but not once did she show them.
You said she was a fabulous mimic. Who did she mimic?
Well, she mimicked, she used to mimic people she thought were pompous, or public figures whom she thought were hypocritical. She was a very natural person. She didn't like pomposity or side. She liked to be people to be natural, and if they weren't, She was wonderfully good at mimicking.
Okay. Lord Peter Palumbo, thank you very much for
Thank
joining
you.
us. Dan?
Vicki Mabry on the street just below us here. I want to remind you that on this CBS station, a little later in the morning, we will be replaying in its entirety the funeral service for Princess Diana. You're watching CBS News live coverage of the farewell to a princess. Well, since the minute of silence ended just after the funeral service, the bells of Westminster have been pealing back there, and pealing and pealing. So beautiful, but also so loud that we can hardly hear anything else some of the time. It's a powerful kind of music, almost joyful, and we're probably foolish to compete with it, so for at least a few moments we aren't going to. Let's go to Tom Fenton at Buckingham Palace. Tom?
Dan, I'm here with Andrew Neil, a Scot and editor-in-chief of the Scotsman newspaper and other titles, but notwithstanding that, one of the leading commentators on British current affairs. Andrew, how do you think the late princess will be viewed by history?
Popular culture will turn her into a mix of President Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe and others of the good who died young. But I think her real significance will be that she changed the way British people thought about monarchy and the House of Windsor. And even in her death, she changed the way we thought it. And the monarchy will never be the same again after this.
I mean, how? How has she changed it?
She changed it in the sense she was the only truly modern royal. All the other royals, even of her generation, belonged to a previous age. She combined glamour and responsibility, and indeed she returned the monarchy to this concept which they were in danger of losing, that with monarchy and all its privileges comes great responsibility. A lot of the people over in that house there had begun to forget about that. She reminded us of that's what it wants to be. And in a country like Britain, democratic, meritocratic, and modern, she encapsulated what a monarchy, royalty should be like if it's to survive in the 21st century. If they don't learn, they won't be there.
I wonder what kind of a queen she would have made.
Oh, I think she would have made a wonderful queen, because she would have represented this country at its best. You know, that's what you want of a leader of a nation. In time of war, if it's Roosevelt or Churchill or whatever, you need someone like that. But to have someone who looked for, you see, she would have lived, most of her life would have been lived in the 21st century if she had survived. She was a person of her times. You look around today, what you saw here and at Kensington Palace is, first of all, you saw people of her generation and younger. She spoke to them in a way that even at Winston Churchill's funeral, they didn't do that. And you saw here the way we would like Britain to be. Black, brown, white, poor people, all of ethnic countries. At a time, you know, when there's debates about whether Scotland should have its own parliament, she even brought the United Kingdom together again. And she set a yardstick for the way we would like to be, and from now on, how we will judge ourselves as to whether we're doing well or not.
That's a tremendous impact, even in death.
It's huge, bigger than I mean, if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, if Diana dies, what would you be saying? I would not say that. We have lived through the most amazing week in my life in this country.
Yeah, and mine too. I've never seen anything like that in the 18 years I've been here.
I think, you know, the British learn something about themselves. You know, we've said the press has got to learn some lessons, the monarchy's got to learn some lessons. We learned ourselves that we're actually a rather different people than the ones in these old grey movie-tone newsies, or even in the way, can I say, that sometimes America portrays us as well. We're actually more modern, more down-to-earth, more openly emotional than we ever thought. We'll be changed by this as well.
Right, I haven't seen a bowler hat in years.
Exactly.
Dan?
Thank you, Tom Fenton. There can be no doubt that the most talked about eulogy at the ceremony completed a short time ago here at Westminster Abbey came from Charles, the Earl Spencer, Princess Diana's brother. It had eloquence. That eloquence was matched by other rare sounds at any funeral. One, anger, deep-seated anger, even outrage, and also applause from those assembled. For those of you who heard it, who saw it, you may want to see and hear it again. For those of you who didn't, we want to share it with you now.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you were steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
Princess Diana's brother, with the most talked about part of the service that took place this morning in Westminster Abbey, has turned now to Ingrid Seward. He spoke in that, saying that with Prince William and Prince Harry, Prince William, of course, being in direct line to the throne, that he and others in the family would protect him. Is that possible? You edit Monarchy magazine. People magazine has already run quite a few pictures of him. He's a very photogenic young man, Prince William is. He is in direct line of the throne. Is it possible in this age to protect someone such as Prince William?
I think if the people want to protect him and the editors of newspapers reflect the people's feelings, we will stand back. He hasn't had a bad time at school. He's been quite left alone. He goes to school at Eton College, just near Windsor Castle. And on the whole, I remember Prince Charles told me this, that he quite respects the way they've kept away from William. Harry's had an equally good time at school. It was really, sadly, tragically, when they were with their mother, they had such the bad time. Prince Charles took them on holiday in Kenya this year, and there's not one photograph. It was really when their mother was here and in London with them, they had the bad time. Or, of course, as we know, in the south of France or wherever she was. And she knew that, and she was powerless to do anything about it. But I think we're never going to see the likes of that again, and I think they will, just by virtue of the fact that they are no longer with their mother, be more protected.
David Starkey, let me pick up on, again, what he said about the press, and he's called the paparazzi by name. When I was in France briefly this last week talking to one of the photographers who was there taking pictures of Princess Diana and took a crash, he said, look, I'm not paparazzi, I'm the press. And then he said to me, he said, if you want to see some really bad paparazzi, go back to Great Britain. And he said, you know, the, quote, press lords in Britain are among the world's worst, unquote. Is that a widely shared opinion here?
I think what is true, it doesn't matter where the photographs were taken or by whom they were taken, those photographers wouldn't have risked life and limb if they hadn't known they were going to be paid enormous amounts of money. As we know, the photographs of Diana, macabre and horrible, the ones that were actually taken as she was lying critically injured there, were offered on the market for $1.5 million, that kind of thing. So long as there are people there who will pay, there will be people who will walk past a corpse to take a picture. There's no doubt about that. Now, what I think is inescapable is the modern idea of celebrity. Ingrid talked about the fact that the monarch is now answerable to the people. We want to see them. We want to see our pop stars, our sporting heroes. There, in fundamental sense, can be no privacy. And the odd thing is, if William and Harry are actually to assume Diana's role, that is of not simply being royal, but being celebrities, they will eventually simply have to get used to it. And Diana herself is on record. She tried to induce them into this. They can expect a year or two's grace. I don't think they'll get much more.
Well, William's 15 now. I mean, she said he hates it, but she said he will get used to it, and he will have to get used to it.
This is what she said to you?
She said this to me when I saw her. She said William hates the press, they upset him, he sees how they upset her. I think it's all a tangled web. But she said he will get used to it because he'll have to get used to it because it's his destiny. And I think for her sake, William will have to. Obviously, today, in this moment of terrible, terrible sorrow for him, I noticed he was unable to lift his head even once. And that's very telling. But I know that he will have to try, because after all, he will be a king of a media age.
Let's go back down on the street with Vicky Mabry.
Stand by again. I'm now with Ted Unsworth, who was the chairman of the charity Turning Point when Diana was your patron.
Yeah.
You said she came to visit, she liked to be teased.
She did. She had an amazing capacity for handling any situation well and making direct contact with people in whatever situation they found themselves.
So you were invited to the service today. You sat, in fact, very close to the royal family?
We did, yes.
How far away were you?
Within 30 feet, yeah.
Was there open grief during the service?
They were clearly, like the rest of it, it was a very, very moving event. People were very upset at this tragic loss. But there was a great dignity about the service as well. But clearly, everybody, including the royal family, were moved.
What about the princes, Harry and William?
I think she'd have been very proud of them today. She was very concerned for how they would develop their public life as they grew older. And I know that she'd spent a lot of time talking to them about that and training them. And she'd have been very proud of them today. They behaved with great dignity.
She was very dignified, but she was also very open, very warm. Would she want them to show grief in public? Would she want them to be stoic?
I think she'd want them to be themselves, and if they felt sad, to show that in a way that was dignified. But she wasn't a supporter of the traditional British stiff upper lip custom. She believed in people being real.
How did the boys behave during the service?
I think they behaved extremely well. It must have been a great strain for them to walk behind the carriage carrying her coffin with their father, and then with their uncle as well, to come into the Abbey and stand so close to her during a very moving service.
Are you concerned at all about how they will be raised now? What values, what things she taught them? Do you think they'll remember those things, perhaps?
I'm sure they will. I mean, they're both of an age where the investment that she's made to their lives will be enduring. I know the great affection she had for them will sustain them through the years ahead.
That same kind of affection, that same love that she showed to her son, she also showed to the people at your charity.
She did. And one of the most important things she did for the people we help was simply to identify with them, to be with them, to touch them.
How could she identify with them? She was a princess. She did not have...
Well, she had this amazing capacity she had a great sense of duty, what I would call an old-fashioned sense of duty. She felt it was very important that she behaved in a certain way, and that she used her position of authority and power and influence to recognize the needs of some of our most disadvantaged fellow citizens. She was quite fearless about that. I've seen her go onto the ward of a hospital, which was containing somebody who committed serious offences, had a very profound mental health problem. She just brushed the security aside, went straight over to this man, shook him by the hand, introduced herself, said, "What's your name?" and sat on a bed and talked to him for 20 minutes. Amazing. People there were just quite amazed at her ability to do that. Another one of our projects that she visited, there was a man dying of AIDS. He was reunited with his mother and his partner. I'm sure that he stayed alive because he knew she was visiting his project. And as soon as she knew, she went to his room, spent time with him, and I'm sure it was very important to him and his family, but very important to everybody in that situation.
Is it so much, when she was visiting, was it so much what she said, or was it those eyes looking at them, or just the fact of a princess coming?
I think the princess issue actually was less important. It was her as a person, her ability to be honest and direct, because I think the amazing quality that she had was to, at the one and the same time, to be quite tough and resilient and assertive, and yet also be vulnerable. Her life had been touched by tragedy, and she wasn't, in a sense, afraid of using that to help other people.
Ted Unsworth. Ted Unsworth with the charity Turning Point. They are planning some kind of tribute to Diana. They are not sure exactly what that will be, but you do plan to memorialize her in some way.
Yeah.
Dan?
Thank you. Vicky Mabry, thanks. And hold on, Vicky, I want to talk to you about one other thing. But first, to note, there was some reference to the family inside Westminster Abbey. I want to note that the family requested that there be no capability of anyone taking any close-ups or even, for that matter, medium shots of the family in Westminster Abbey. And not only did everyone go along with that, but everyone had to go along with that. So that's the reason during the service that quite appropriately you did not see shots of the family. Vicky Mabry, as an experienced police reporter, we sent you quickly to Paris to cover the investigation of the crash that killed Princess Diana. I know when I was in Paris and joined you there for a short time, I heard an awful lot of talk that the French police are under tremendous pressure from above to, quote, nail the photographers, any and all photographers who were anywhere near the crash site. Did you find that to be the case?
I wouldn't say that they are looking to nail anyone per se. I think I got the sense that they want to find out if the photographers contributed in any way. They have to sort through a tremendous number of rumors that perhaps there was a car in front of the princess's car. Perhaps that was the paparazzi trying to slow them down or trying to get ahead of them to block the exit. Whether they chased them, whether they swarmed the car. There's just a tremendous amount of rumors, tremendous amount of stories, different eyewitnesses coming forward. The police have to sort through all of that. I don't believe they want to nail anyone. They certainly don't want to nail anyone unfairly. But I think if they feel that the paparazzi contributed in any way, they are going to find them responsible. And they are, yes, under tremendous pressure because of the high profile of the victims of this crash and the way it's captured the world's attention.
Let's go now to Paris, and another very experienced former police reporter now returning to covering the police beat, CBS News correspondent Anthony Mason. Anthony, what's the latest on the investigation?
Well, Dan, the investigation, as Vicky alluded to, is going to take some time, I think. There are still, as she said, a lot of questions to be sorted out here. Now, here in Paris today, where, of course, Diana died almost exactly 1 week ago, this Saturday evening, her funeral was broadcast across all 3 French networks. There was another funeral scheduled to take place in France today. The funeral of the driver, Henri Paul, of the black Mercedes, was supposed to occur in Brittany. But the family asked it be postponed, had Paul's body returned to Paris, and are asking for another blood test. As you know, French police say Paul's blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit the night of the accident. The Ritz Hotel released photographs yesterday, security pictures from inside the hotel just before the accident occurred. They say those pictures show that he did not appear that he was in any way intoxicated. But of course, you can't smell his breath on those pictures. As we have mentioned, there are 9 photographers and a motorcycle driver who are still under investigation here. Diana may have been buried today, but the question of who is responsible for her death has not been laid to rest here, and my guess is, Dan, it won't be for some time.
Anthony, I want to try to clear up a couple of facts. First of all, is it or is it not a fact that the French police concluded that the limousine driver, under whatever conditions he was driving somewhere between, what, 60 and 120 miles an hour? First of all, do they know how fast he was driving? If so, how? Is it a fact the police have said he was driving very fast?
I think the only thing that you can say safely at this point is we know the driver was driving very fast. There was, of course, the initial report that the speedometer was stuck at 120 kilometers an hour. Subsequently, we've learned that the speedometer was actually stuck at 0. We've had reports, and we know for a fact that people all acknowledge, and Mr. Al-Fayed spokesman even acknowledged, that the driver was driving very fast. How fast is still up to question. But it's pretty clear if he was going through that tunnel and apparently didn't handle the turn well, he had to be going at a pretty high speed. But there is no official word as to what his speed was. Dan?
Now, against the backdrop of the photographers saying, listen, they're trying to scapegoat us, this was, and this is a quote from them, this was a case of a drunk driver caused the death of Princess Diana, quote unquote. Against that backdrop, do the French police say, have they said as a fact that they have concluded that the limousine driver was definitely over the legal limit?
Well, it's their blood tests that say he was over the legal limit. They are the French police tests which say specifically that Henri Paul's blood alcohol content was almost 4 times the legal limit. He was drunk by their standards. There are, as I mentioned, there's a lot of damage control going on here right now. The Ritz Hotel is trying to cover itself. They released that video yesterday specifically to counter charges that they might have been negligent in allowing him to drive the hotel's car. Those pictures indeed seem to show that he was standing on his 2 feet and talking very consciously to hotel staff. But we really there's a lot of time in the course of that evening we don't see on those pictures. There's damage control, of course, going on the part of the reporters too, who are saying it's the Ritz Hotel's fault. This man drove too fast. We saw him drive too fast. He was their driver. So there are a lot of accusations going back and forth, but the facts themselves still have to be straightened out here.
Anthony Mason, in Paris. To show you an aerial of the cortege as it moves swiftly now out of the north of London, moving up north to the Spencer family home. The traditional and obligatory outriders up ahead, well ahead of the hearse, is a kind of motorized blocking force to make sure that nothing on the freeway slows down the hearse as it makes its way. You are watching live CBS News coverage of the farewell to the princess. We go now to CBS News correspondent Jose Diaz-Balart, who's at Hyde Park, where one of the largest crowds gathered. Jose?
Yes, Dan, the tens of thousands of people who have spent their day here at Hyde Park, many of whom remain at this hour watching the rebroadcast of parts of the ceremony here on large, giant TV screens, were not witnessing what was going on. They were participants in what was going on. They sang the hymns, they prayed, and more than anything else, they cried together, receiving strength and unity. So many people out here over and over again said that it's just very difficult to know exactly how to say goodbye to what many people call their princess. I want to introduce you to 2 Americans from California, from Los Angeles, who flew here all the way from Los Angeles just to be here today and return tomorrow. Victor Fernandez and Terry Burge. Victor, let's begin with you. Why did you decide to come over here?
Well, I was sitting at home watching TV when the news came on last Saturday, and it was just unbelievable. It was such a tragic accident. So I decided I wanted to come out and be part of this and say goodbye to her. You know, many Americans can't, so I thought I would.
You know, a lot of people say she really was British royalty, but you were telling me earlier that to you she really represented the royalty for those who loved people like Diana and what she did.
Right. Yeah, she was more so the princess of the people.
and more so the queen of unity. And I think today was a big example of the world being unified by her love and her compassion. And it was a very difficult day, but it was good. It was good to be able to say goodbye.
I noticed that many people were especially taken aback and could hardly control their tears when Elton John sang. I know that was a particularly difficult moment for you. Tell me about that.
It's just amazing how powerful his words can be and how quickly he can rewrite the song that was so special, that really embraced her and really captured what she was about, for not me, but for everybody that was here and for the world. And it's a very special song that I think will be around for a very, very long time.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us. And Dan, earlier you were speaking about the honor guard around Princess Diana, and somebody came up to me here and said, you know, we feel that we are also Diana's honor guard. When many people turned their back on her and many people criticized her and didn't leave her alone, we stood by, our souls stood by hers. We feel here that we are Diana's honor guard. Dan?
Jose Diaz-Balart. Back again to Vicky Mabry on the street below here in front of Westminster Abbey. Vicky?
I'm joined by the designer Valentino, a very close friend of Princess Diana's. You worked with her on charities, I understand?
Yes, we have. I have in Italy an organization called Life for the children sick of AIDS, and I spoke with the princess several times about this organization, and we're supposed to do something for the future. But unfortunately now it's too late. But anyway, I'm very happy to be here today because she was a fantastic lady, and I think this was my most emotional day, the most emotional day of my life.
Why is
Being
that?
in the Abbey, to see all this crowd so silent, to see the organization that was so beautiful just in this country. Really, everything is so fantastic because people, they are really civilized and they behave very, very, very well.
They behave very differently than they would in Italy, though, at a funeral.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Were you struck by that at all?
No, but you know what repeating again, what I was really very, very touched in the Abbey, when the coffin arrived and the two princes, they were behind the coffin, and the speech of Princess Diana's brother. This was something unbelievable. And you know, I have the impression that from today on, I think the monarchy is going to be different. I don't know, I have this impression.
And that will be her legacy?
Yes, Princess of Wales, she left, and I think something remained, and people, they understand then what she did was really amazing, unbelievable, and she was too strong, and she was too close to people, and what is now something that now people, they really want and they expect from the monarchy.
You just hosted her with Dodi Al-Fayed in the Mediterranean.
Yes, 2.5 weeks ago I was on my yacht in Saint-Tropez, and crossing the beaches of Saint-Tropez, I've seen the boat, and I sent somebody to invite them. They just came for a few minutes to have a drink, but they left. They were desperate because thousands of little photographers in small dinghy, in small boat, they were around the boats in Saint-Tropez. So they left right away, and I think they went directly to Portofino.
What did she and Dodi Al-Fayed seem like together?
Two nice person, kind with each other. I mean, this was for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I couldn't really punctualize and realize which was the relationship. But I mean, I knew Dodi Al-Fayed for a long, long time, and Princess Diana also. And they look like two people very happy.
She was very happy at the time.
She looks very happy, yes.
Which really is the tragedy of all this, is that she had spent so many years unhappy. Yes, I think so. She was not, but I think lately, let's say, after the sale of the dresses at the Christie's in New York, she changed a lot. She was more
more alive, more happy. She changed her hair, she changed her attitude, and she was really another lady. And you can see that she was really an happy lady.
Was there something symbolic there about selling the dresses?
Symbolic. I think this, I agree. I think that this was the idea of their son, Prince William, to sell all those dresses. And she did a very, very good job. I remember when I saw her at Versace's funeral, and we talked about this, and I said, ma'am, you must be proud to do what you did, because this is very, very, very good for your country, and Britain, they must be very proud of you.
That must be awful, going to Versace's funeral, Princess Diana's. What has the world lost? Those were two of our lights. What have we lost?
To me, I mean, I am very sad today. I lost a person that I like very, very much, and I admire a lot. And we all lost, speaking as a designer, one of the most beautiful icons of elegance, of beauty, of kindness, and a very, very chic lady.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Valentino, thank you very much for being with us. Designer Valentino, a close personal friend and also one of Princess Diana's favorite designers. Dan?
Vicki Mabry, thanks. This is the motorcade with the hearse headed toward Princess Diana's final resting place. Age never got the chance to wither her, nor custom to stale her infinite variety. Shakespeare, Enobarbus speaking of Cleopatra, but apt on this day as we view this picture of the hearse going north from London. Ingrid Seward of Majesty magazine, a bow and an apology. I have referred to the magazine at least once as monarchy. I hope that you will find it in your heart to forgive me.
Of course I will.
Seeing and hearing the interview, that wonderful interview Vicki Mabry just did with Valentino, we know that Diana wore the work of many designers. Who was her absolute favorite based on the record of what she actually wore, and did she change over the years?
I think her favorite designer was an English woman, I think of French descent, called Catherine Walker. And because Diana nearly always wore her clothes, but she was very loyal when she was married to Prince Charles and only wore British designers. And I remember her saying once, "Oh, I can wear some French clothes now." You know, she had this very wicked sense of humor. And when I last saw her, she was indeed wearing a dress by Versace. It's an electric blue dress with little cutaway sleeves. And I remarked on how pretty the dress was, and she said, "Yes, dear Versace." So she was free from the restraint of having to wear British designers, but for nearly 17 years, she just revolutionized our fashion industry. It's another one of the things that we got to thank her for. Not only the clothing, but the millinery business. In Great Britain, people wear hats a great deal more than America, but when Diana came on the scene, she was the first young person really to make hats stylish. And she completely changed the millinery business. So I think she'll be remembered as the fashion princess as well as the caring princess, but at this moment it's very much the caring princess we're all thinking about, because she used to get upset that everybody always just concentrated on her clothes, not her good works.
David Starkey, I've mentioned at least once that many people saw a similarity Princess Diana and Jackie Kennedy Onassis. There were those reports that Princess Diana admired Mrs. Kennedy very much and tried to model herself after her. It strikes me that perhaps the similarity is closer between Princess Diana and President Kennedy in this sense. If President Kennedy was assassinated, he died before people could clearly make up their minds about what, if any, differences there were between who he was and what he stood for, in somewhat the same way that people in this country and worldwide may have been the same about Princess Diana. What do you think?
There are very, very strong similarities. I think they're obviously both icons of their age. Diana possibly even more than Kennedy. It's an extraordinary thing, and this is not being British trumping American, Diana is the first genuine worldwide celebrity, because of course she comes after the fall of the Iron Curtain. People in Lithuania, in the Ukraine have been interested in this too. But there is a big difference. Kennedy was a politician. He was more than a politician, but he was a politician. And the political facts defined the importance of his death. Now, Diana wasn't. And in a funny kind of way, it's almost the meaninglessness of the death that leaves it huge, enormous, something that we can all write our emotions on. I mean, the objective fact is that Diana, in a very short life, was very nice to a few hundred people. That is the objective fact. It bears no relationship whatever to this huge outpouring of national and international grief. With Kennedy, there was an achievement. It was an incomplete one. With Diana, I'm not quite sure what there was. There was this celebrity who was at the same time royal, who was at the same time human, who reached out and touched.
Let's go to Tom Fenton of Buckingham Palace, Tom. Well, Tom Fenton, the parents stepped away for just a moment, so let's go to Mark Phillips, who's at Hyde Park. Mark?
Dan, yes, at Hyde Park, where the crowds continue to filter away from a day filled with symbolism, struck by these images we've just seen of the motorcade with the hearse and Diane's coffin heading up north of London, a kind of separation between her finally and the people who so revered her and so thronged to see and participate in today's funeral. This is Margaret Holder, who is a writer on royal affairs here in London, one of the people who I guess we could say fed the public's appetite for news of the royals and news of the princess. Did the public get what it needed to get out of the funeral today?
Yes, I think they had a huge grieving experience, and I also think a learning one. I think seeing the enormous bravery of the two sisters and the brother today, public learnt why the royal family looked to this great aristocratic family, the Spencers, to find a wife for Charles all those years ago. In fact, they came to the Spencers not once but twice. In fact, the first candidate as a bride for Charles, which was actually a great social prize amongst aristocratic families.
Diana's sisters.
That was Diana's eldest sister who spoke first. And Sarah don't marry Charles, but they went to the very young sister, and they found a very suitable candidate. And that's what it was. It was actually a job, in a sense. But she carried it off enormously well.
Yes, and developed developed not always into exactly what the royals had wanted in recruiting.
The gun, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Charles, Earl Spencer, Prince William, and Prince Harry. And they walked the rest of the way. As we watch it, we're joined here over Westminster Abbey by one of Diana's great, I think it's fair, friends and advisors, one of England's most notable actors and producers, Richard Attenborough. Thank you for coming. This must have been a very difficult day for you.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And you mentioned the five mourners behind the coffin. I think that the public have in no small measure contributed to that decision. There was a feeling abroad very much that perhaps the royal family didn't quite understand the depth of feeling throughout the whole country. And the fact that the Queen broadcast on Friday evening with I've never known her broadcast before directly. They've always been recorded and so on. And she seemed, we often think she's a little stilted perhaps in her Christmas broadcasts and so on. And here she was speaking, one felt, with a great depth of feeling. And I think the extraordinary thing that the princess has done, well, let me go back a little. She didn't ever simply latch on to the popular causes. What she backed, driven in a way by her own pain and suffering that she did endure, thrown into this great cauldron suddenly, were causes: the homeless, leprosy, AIDS, and perhaps most recently and most of all, which is the subject that I've been very much involved with, which is the landmines.
You're being modest, in fact. I think it was you who brought Diana to the subject of the worldwide attempt to ban the use of landmines.
Well, That's very kind of you. I was partly responsible. The Red Cross themselves very much wanted to do it. But what I was going to say was that I think that suddenly the royal family and the establishment realized that our world was not ring-fenced by what we all normally attributed to the patronage of the royal family. She came into a new area. She wanted to establish a feeling that the young princes, if they were to govern, or govern to the extent that we have royalty in the UK, if that was to happen, then they would never do it satisfactorily or with true understanding unless they saw the deprivation and the pain and the cruelty of modern life. And beyond everything, that's what she wanted the boys to experience. And I was very thrilled, as thousands other people were, when Charles Spencer, Lord Spencer, said in his address that the blood family, as he put it, are determined that what she wanted the boys to experience and therefore be able to express to the nation and to the world, if the world wishes to listen, is that there are people and causes who have no voice.
Some of us took that to be a very direct, I'm not sure but Barbara took that to be a very direct criticism of the royal family, as if the royal family were incapable of feeling at this level.
Yes, I understand Charles's feelings very well indeed.
Earl Spencer, you're talking
I'm
here.
so sorry.
Earl
Yes,
Spencer,
I beg your pardon. Lord Spencer. I think he, in large measure, felt somewhat helpless in her life. You know, he desperately wanted to guard her and guide her, and protocol and the surrounding establishment stopped.
Well, Earl Spencer's been away now for a few years. He's been in South Africa. And in the pictures we saw recently, Sir Richard, of Prince Charles with his sons, he seems very affectionate. The young Harry holding on to his hand, and perhaps there's much more affection than we had seen. One of the things that Earl Spencer said in this remarkable speech was that she should not be made a saint, that she was too natural and normal. What do you think the legacy of Princess Diana will be?
I have to start by saying, Miss Walters, that I don't suggest for a second that Prince Charles doesn't have a very deep love for his boys.
I just meant that he maybe showed it more than we imagined.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that love and that life and that circumstance and that ambience follows a tradition in the UK which has a surrounding fence almost. There is a reluctance to allow that to go out.
Certainly.
We're too obsessed by our wretched stiff upper lips. And I think that what she leaves behind is, yes, I believe in the royalty. I believe in the royal existence of the royal family. But please move them into the next century. Please allow them to know what goes on in the world and to stand up where they believe it is appropriate and protest or plead or counsel people who desperately need help, who are not necessarily just those fashionable upfront causes.
Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. I know a lot of people around the world are very grateful to you for your own contribution on the landmines issue and for getting Diana involved. You have been indeed very modest about it. We're going to rejoin our original coverage now, and at the point we do, the Spencer family is just arriving at Westminster Abbey. On the right, Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's eldest sister. She's 42, a lady-in-waiting to her sister. On the left, Ian Francis Shadkidd, Diana's mother. And on the left, Lady Jane Fellows, who's 40, Diana's older sister, married to Sir Robert Fellows, who is the Queen's private secretary.
I noticed that Diana's mother, Frances Shadkidd, has a very glorious cross on her, and she recently converted to Roman Catholicism.
And has spent her last years in really somewhat secluded. She wrote a letter to the press, she wrote a handwritten letter in which she said how much she loved her daughter and thanked God for giving her the daughter and for now taking Princess Diana back to him.
Mrs. Shadkidd now lives on a rather remote island off the west coast of Scotland, and she came down to this today, slightly, she said, reluctantly, to leave a party in the local Catholic parish church this evening where the parish priest tells us she is now very much involved. It is said that Diana and she were in reasonably close contact in recent years. Diana has never been to see her mother on this remote island, and Andrew, I think it would be pushing it to say they had a close relationship with her.
They had a very up and down relationships. Often Diana would be spending more time comforting her than vice versa. And I remember when Diana was on the cusp of leaving public life in 1993, before she made her famous time and space speech, her mother was on the phone with her various problems. And I think we're now seeing...
Who is that between... No, that's
It's not open yet. You can't get in the British Embassy, but fairly soon it will be.
We're going to go into the embassy, sign the book, maybe come back out here for a little bit, take some more pictures, maybe just do a little sightseeing through D.C. for the day, and just remember Princess Di.
And one brief question to your children. What are you thinking of all of this? This is a pretty amazing outpouring of emotion. I know that's unusual for you.
Yes.
Yes, it is. What do you hope they bring away from this experience?
Just how much, there's a lot of caring in the world, you know, and a lot of people are bringing things here, and I just want them to see that.
Well, thank you to both of you, and this is an example of the type of emotion that we're having out here today as more and more people come, as daylight comes and the funeral is over. Some people who have watched it at home are now coming out to show their emotions and remember Princess Diana here outside the British Embassy. Dan?
Cheryl, thanks. And a reminder that few, if any, places in the world was Princess Diana more popular than in Washington, D.C. That is, few, if any, places outside of Great Britain itself. She was enormously popular in our own nation's capital. Tom Fenton back at Buckingham Palace have said that the picture of tomorrow's papers, the picture of the week, one of the pictures of the year is bound to be that moment when the sons fell in line with their father behind the coffin. Let's talk about that and talk over that and what your impressions were at that moment.
Well, Dan, attention.
Palace, where the Union Jack flies at half-staff for the first time in history. The car carrying Diana's coffin had to pull over so flowers thrown by mourners could be cleared away. When the cortege arrives at Althorp, her family will attend a private burial service. And then later she will be buried on an island in a lake at the Spencer family's Althorp home. Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, his voice cracked with emotions as he delivered a tribute to his sister.
We would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair.
Princess Diana was the most photographed woman in the world. Alan Dodd-Frank reports her life was money in the bank for many in the media, fashion, and charity worlds.
At People magazine, Princess Diana was nicknamed the franchise. She graced 43 covers, more than triple the number of the runners-up, her former sister-in-law Fergie and Hollywood's version of royalty, Elizabeth Taylor. People made an extra $1 million or more on each of the top 4 Princess Di covers, featuring major events in her life: her wedding, the birth of her son William, excerpts from a book about her troubled marriage with Prince Charles, and finally, their divorce. Each issue boosted newsstand sales more than 45%, or 800,000 extra copies that week.
Well, I think she's irreplaceable. I certainly, there's been no member of the royal family that has ever captivated the American market, which is what I care about, for so long. But, you know, that reign was over. She was retreating into private life. She was concentrating on her nonprofit work.
Publishers of books and glossy magazines, not just the tabloids, could count on Diana. The book, Diana, Her True Story, sold more than 5 million copies worldwide, leading a list of nearly 75 books and audio tapes about her, a list that online bookseller Amazon.com is now highlighting. The fashion world loved Diana as well. An auction of her cast-off dresses raised more than $5 million for 2 of her favorite causes, cancer and AIDS research. And the outfits she wore to charity events and other galas were certain to show up on TV and in magazines.
Princess Di was the single most important influence on world fashion since probably Grace Kelly, and more so than any movie star or rock star. Most of the designers on 7th Avenue in London or Milan or Paris would give their eye teeth to have her wear one of their dresses.
At bookstores like this Barnes & Noble in New York City, customers have stripped the shelves of books about Princess Di. Now booksellers are reordering the old books and awaiting the commemorative editions memorializing the final chapters on the perennial Princess of Publishing. Alan Dodds-Frank, CNN Financial News, New York.
We'll have more on the funeral of Princess Diana in just a few moments. I'm Tori Atali. This is CNN Headline News.